Good morning and welcome along to the Modus Super Series for day two's worth of action in Group A. A heavyweight week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and Tuesday has some living up to after a superb day one. COVID-19 leaves the bullseye. Some way to start. The 1-2-7 game kicks the week off for Crabtree. 1-0. And just opening a little bit early. Great dart tops for the 120. Another showreel moment on this magnificent Monday morning. Oh, another. Tops.
Well, all the players came into this group knowing what they needed to do, knowing the standard that this group was going to play at.
For Wesley Plaisier, double eight, and it's a perfect day for Plaisier. Well, we gave Wesley Plaisier the big build-up, and yesterday he demonstrated why, winning all 5 matches and has a 4-point lead at the top of the table going into day 2. Watching all the action today, like he did yesterday, is primetime Matthew Edgar. Now, we give a lot of players big build-ups here at the Super Series, and because of what Wesley's done across the circuit, that was exactly what he did, and he didn't disappoint us at all yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not sure we gave him a big build-up or not. I think we just shared the credentials that he's got at the moment and shared what he's been doing, because actually you don't need to give Wesley Plaisier the big build-up at the moment. His achievements speak for themselves, and he's playing some phenomenal darts at the moment, what he describes the best darts of his life so far, and I can't argue with him. He's playing so well at the minute.
You break down the stats for yesterday. The average was great. His doubling was great as well. What pleased you the most about his performances on Monday?
Functionality. He didn't let his opponent come back to the board. There were 0 mistakes. And we mentioned at the end of the show yesterday, the sort of 78, 64, 62, 66s, those sort of low combinations where you're getting one dart at a double. They was the things that Wesley was hitting so well. And we didn't know just how well yesterday. We had our observations, which we thought was good, but then it's been backed up with stats as well, that Wesley Plaisier yesterday was checking out at 51%, hitting 20 darts at a double from just 39 attempts. Combine that with the scoring power he's got, and there's no surprise why he was running around about a 96 average for the day.
Yeah, that was his 111 average against Mike Warburton yesterday, one of the highest that we've seen at the Live Lounge this year, and he is going to take some beating, that is for sure. But perhaps his biggest victory, maybe not in terms of average, but by way of stature, was against Crabtree yesterday by 4 legs to 2. Cam, we just know what he does on that stage. He either wins weeks or he gets very close to winning weeks. And yesterday, he averaged 90 for the day, but it never felt like he was at his fluent best. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, very much so. And I think at times threw some really random flyer darts, didn't he? He missed the board at one point, and he had one on going on for the treble 20 and hit the double 5. So maybe just the release wasn't quite on it all the time for him. Maybe trying to be a bit too deliberate, maybe giving the group a little bit too much respect. Something we know of Crabtree, a very respectful player. The way he speaks, he's confident with his own ability, but he's very respectful of everybody around him. And I think maybe, although you really want to keep that, you do want to be very, very respectful still. I think there's also just need to see that confident side of him come through a little bit more at times and just really show us a bit of pizzazz.
Well, let's have a look at the table going into day 2 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Wesley Plaisier that leads the way. He has a 4-point lead from Crabtree, and perhaps a little bit of surprise to see both Andy Bolton and Mike Warburton that far off the pace.
It can be surprising, but it can't as well, in the fact that when we look at Wesley Plaisier and he's 14 legs clear and won all of his games, when you've got a clear winner like that and then you've got a group like we've got here, they're going to beat each other along the way. And I'm not surprised really to see the rest of the table forming in the way it is. It's just take that player out the top and you'll say, yeah, what a normal sort of group we've got here in how tightly compact it is with the players we've got. It's just Wesley Plaisier at the moment. The form is just head and shoulders above everybody else. And
that's reflected in the betting. Now, we expected him to be a big favourite going into today, but did we really expect it to be as short as 2-7 when you consider the quality that's laid elsewhere?
Well, I think what the odds compilers are doing there is saying Wesley's going to win game 1. If Wesley wins game 1, he goes 6 points clear after 6 laps of fixtures. I've never seen the like. And I think that happens, if Wesley wins, that the group's pretty much done. And I'm calling that early. And yes, he could be caught very quickly, but that would be 3 fixtures just to get him level and get him back within the chasing pack. We're talking the end of Tuesday pretty much there, at the end of day 2, just to get him back within contention and to keep a grip of him. So Wesley could get pretty much clear with this first game.
Well, it is 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, let's get into our first game of the morning session. It's the top 2 that are going toe-to-toe as Wesley Plaisier takes on Cam Crabtree. It's a must-win game for the 20-year-old for Croydon. Whilst for Plaisier, well, he's just carrying on here where he's left off on the Pro Tour, the Challenge Tour, wherever he's been plying his trade. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with a Dutchman. Well, Wesley, as far as starts go, can't get any better than that yesterday. How relaxed did you feel on the stage?
Yeah, after the first match, pretty relaxed. And the first match I was a little bit needed to get used to the stage, but then I felt good.
Middle of the session, you really did fire on all cylinders. The 100 average, the 111 average. Was that peak Wesley Plaisier there?
Yeah, of course, the 111 was one of the best matches I played, I think. And I'm really happy with that.
And then you finished the day with that win against Cam Crabtree. Despite the performances you put in earlier on in the day, did that feel like the biggest win?
It was an important one because now you get a gap of 4 points. And if you start with a loss on the day, it's not that bad. Not bad, but not... You know what I mean.
And I suppose with that lead being 4 points, you've got a cushion to protect, but also another good day today, and you put yourself in a really good position going into tomorrow.
Trying to get the best out of myself today, and hopefully I can do it again.
It's been a while since I've seen you here. It's been a year since your last appearance here at the Live Lounge. How much are you enjoying being back on that stage again?
It's nice. Always nice to be on the stage, and for me, it's like I say, I like it here. I feel comfortable, and it's pretty nice on the stage here.
And you've seen you get to a couple of Pro Tour finals. You've seen you do well on the Challenge Tour. Would this be the ultimate feather in the cap? You could add this to the collection of things this year.
To win it, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I always want to win the tournament when I play it. So this would be great if I win.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Wesley. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, here we go then. This should be some way to kickstart the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Cam Crabtree up against Wesley Plaisier. This really is must-win territory for Cam Crabtree. And we're talking about the first game of Tuesday morning because that man in your picture there, the 34-year-old Wesley Plaisier, had a perfect day one. He was streets ahead. And the rest of the field was the former World Masters champion up against Cam Crabtree, the 20-year-old from Croydon. Series 7 runner-up. He left himself on double 4 to win the title last time he was here before Andreas Harrison took out a life-changing 1-2-1 to take the title from the grasp of Crabtree. He's looking to go one better. You'd actually say that this game wouldn't look out of place for a Champions Week final, but it's a Tuesday morning fixture here at the Super Series. It's not the first time in darts that we've seen a game which could grace a final happening in the very early embers of a tournament. MVG Little springs to mind. But there's a big game in Group A. For Plaisier, a win will put him 6 points clear. For Crabtree, he could keep him in the mix with a win. Watching this one alongside myself is Matthew Edgar and Matt. This is huge for Crabtree.
It's huge, not just for Crabtree, it's huge for the rest of the group because if Plaisier wins this, it's pretty much job done.
96.
I'm very, very heavy on that, not just because of the gap that you would have on the rest of the pack. It's more for me the fact that the rest of the group, the ability is so close that they're all going to be beating each other. And a gap the size of 6 points at this stage could just be far too big for Wesley.
42.
Have you ever seen somebody going into day 2 as short as 2-7 to win a group?
Never. Never. But on the same aspect, we've never had anybody coming into
97.
a week in the form that Wesley Plaisier is. He's coming into this with form like no other. It can't be undersold. It can't be understated just how big back-to-back Pro Tour finals is.
140.
And for a player who hasn't got a card to achieve that, is why all the eyes and attention are on Wesley, not just here, but moving forward for the rest
92.
of 2024.
85.
There's a lot of Scott Williams vibes, isn't there, about what Wesley's doing right here, right now. I've had a card. But Crabtree here is looking at double 5 to take the first leg
75.
out. He gets the first
Wesley
opportunity
required 32.
at a double, spurns it, and it would have been for the break. And so Plaisier back for double 16. He was 1 in 2 effectively in
on the
terms of his
first leg.
doubles
Wesley
yesterday.
Plaisier.
And he's 1 in 2 in terms of getting the double to win the first leg of the day here.
Second leg is Cam to throw first. Game on.
It was a slow start yesterday. That was the weakness for Wesley. Game number 1, averaging just 82, but he got through it and then kicked on for the rest of the day. And
97.
it doesn't look like there's going to be too many slow starts here for Wesley. But I'm a reader. I like to
94.
read opinions. I like to know what people are thinking. I like to get the vibe. And essentially what I like to try and do is become a collective voice of many voices. And one of the things
60.
that I see quite a lot is questioning the bottle of Wesley Plaisier. Because he's been in form before. He went and won the World Masters and
95.
he was expected to go and do well at Q School and didn't. He did very poorly, in fact. Certainly by the standards we expected of Wesley Plaisier at the time. And even now that sort of question mark hangs over. Can he cross
140.
the line in that big moment? But I think what we're doing is we're seeing Wesley now start to gather experience. And for me,
96.
those runs in the Pro Tour, not just to do it the first day, but to do it the second day, I think now answers the questions that, yes, Wesley's got bottle. And I think what it was he lacked experience in that situation. And he's gaining experience all the time. And I think now is the time that Wesley
180.
is more than ever in the conversation for being in that 128.
It wouldn't surprise you. In fact, you'd be more surprised if he's playing in
135.
events like this
Having
next year
required
than not.
24.
But Crabtree's let himself a double after 12. It was kind of one of the common themes yesterday,
Games on the
wasn't it?
second leg.
Pins it first
And
time of
Crabtree.
asking. 13 data to get back level, 1 apiece.
I'm going to call it now.
The leg is Wesley to throw first.
This
Game
is a game that next year will be impossible to see here at the Super Series.
I agree.
I can't imagine
on.
next year
100.
the Pro Tour not featuring either Cam Crabtree or Wesley Plaisier as a tour card holder.
I think we've got to enjoy him whilst they're here. That's for sure. And for Wesley, it's a bit
60.
more difficult for him. I had a little bit of a conversation with him yesterday after the end of the session, and his work commitments means that he's got to make some difficult decisions in terms of
121.
events that he plays and doesn't play. Only given so much time off work, and that's one thing that we do forget. These players aren't all full-time pros, and so a lot of Wesley's holiday time
58.
is spent having to play in those Pro Tour events when he does get the call-up, and various events in the WDF where, of course, he's looking to defend that World Masters title in October.
60.
And, of course, he will have a decision to make as well, because it looks like he's going to be
44.
in both the World Championships, as that's a bit of grip powder there from Cam. Now, you were mentioning yesterday that he was struggling a little bit with his grip.
140.
It's good to see doing something about it, whether it is an external or internal factor. He invests here in this powder, this resin, and
134. Wesley require 80.
whether it works or it doesn't, as long as he believes it does, it will.
Game shot on the third leg.
But that is what we
Wesley
was talking
Plaisier.
about. Functionality of the finishing from Wesley Plaisier. It was so strong yesterday, and his top
Well, there
sitting
gets Cam to throw
was
first.
better than anyone
Game
I've
on.
seen here at the Super Series.
Well, I just had a look at the stats 3 legs in, and it really isn't a surprise. Both players averaging in excess of 96. The doubles,
58.
again, 2 from 3 and 1 from 2. I'm going to go one step beyond what you just said.
60.
Bit of madness.
Well, I'm used to a bit of madness, aren't I? I think this is the most heavyweight fixture you can see here at the Super Series. I think
42.
these are the 2 best players right now. These 2 and Andreas Harrison are the best 3 we have right here, right now. And you could probably put Bolton in the mix too.
46.
So these are the best 2 players that was in a list of 4.
If you put it that way.
100.
Well, I did tell you it would be a bit of madness, Matt.
Yep, called it before you even said it.
85.
Tingstrom, Bolton, Warburton, Payne, all be in the back room, keeping an eye on this, cheering in these darts. And they do. I've been in these
121.
back rooms at the Super Series before and in the previous live lounge where this group, it's not always about what you're doing. When you've had those defeats, sometimes you have to watch other people and you have to hope for results, and people do. They stand there cheering it on. They want things to happen. And they'll all be aware that Crabtree can
60.
keep this group
Wesley
alive.
Plaisier,
Otherwise, they're
130.
playing for places.
And it could be moments like this that dictate this match. Plaisier on 130, Crabtree sat on 120. It's the bullseye for Plaisier for the break-in 3-1. Crazes to 25, but that could have been a group-changing shot. And this has an air must hit. Cannot afford to miss tops.
85.
And it's another one of those loose flyer darts.
required
And Plaisier is back
25.
for the break.
Functionality of the finishing was something we have praised from Wesley Plaisier.
Game
And
shot not
continues
full
to be
play.
the case. He just
Wesley
doesn't give
Plaisier.
the extra visit, doesn't give that re-opportunity to his
Preferred, it's
opponent.
Wesley to throw first.
And Wesley
Game on.
is a leg away. He'll have to throw in 2 out of the 3 legs. He's strong favourite to win this one from here.
100.
Crabtree looks concerned, and he has every right to be concerned right now. Because it's 9:47 on Tuesday morning, and Wesley Plaisier may well have the group in
85.
his hands right now. I'm going to say it here. If Wesley Plaisier wins this darts match, it's over. It's over.
85.
We can go home and we can divvy up B and we can divvy up C.
58.
Thus the confidence we have in the performance and the ability of Wesley Plaisier, because he's in here with weekly winners. He's in here with people that,
84.
I say, if this was a Champions Week, it wouldn't look out of place.
$100.
Well, Plaisier, 232 points away from a win that will put him 6 clear of Crabtree, and
87.
perhaps as importantly, maybe more importantly as well, 8 clear of Tingstrom, Bolton and Warburton. He's closing in at the earliest possible time. And who would have thought a group
60.
littered with
Wesley
such
Plaisier,
quality opposition
145.
would be made to look so easy, but that is exactly what Wesley Plaisier is making it, and he could finish it off in style. Tops of the 145. Oh,
Game
magnificent!
shot and the match.
Absolutely magnificent!
Wesley
And it's a
Plaisier.
win for Wesley Plaisier, which could well have broken the camel's back of Cam Crabtree, because that is a win that puts him 6 points clear at the top of the group, and we've not even made it to 10 o'clock on Tuesday morning yet. He did it in style. He did it at 145. Boy, has he given himself a real platform to grow from now. Plaisier 4, Crabtree 1. That could be the result that puts the group very much in the favour of Wesley Plaisier. Coming up after the break, Mike Warburton and Andy Bolton. It's Tuesday morning, and they're in must-win territory. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Wesley Plaisier looks like he's now got this Group A in the palm of his hand, beating Crabtree by 4 legs to 1 before the break, finishing it off with a 1-4-5 checkout, providing the big guns when it matters the most. And so for Andy Bolton and Mike Warburton, they now kick off day 2, 8 points behind Plaisier at the top of the table, and it feels like realistically they are fighting and scrapping for a place in Group B and C, respectively. From a World Masters champion to a World Masters semi-finalist, Mike Warburton doing so at the Circus Tavern back in 2019, up against Andy Bolton, who once upon a time made it through to the last 16 of the World Championship. The 51-year-old from Ardrossan, who you would expect would probably, when he gets to another World Championship, be a key contender in the seniors division. Well, it's all about Super Series success for him, and his record is as good as anybody. He's only failed to make it through to finals night once, and every single time he's got there, he's got to at least the final.
First leg, it's Mike to throw
These
first.
two are the most experienced
Game
campaigners when it comes to this particular format, but these two know that the job looks more like one for the night stint rather than going on and taking the Group A glory.
60.
Yeah, Wesley just cutting himself adrift of the pack, and we question if anyone would be able to do so with the quality and the lineup and the field we've got here in Group 8.
59.
But Wesley just continuing that form, and I suppose winners win, and when you're coming into an event feeling as good as Wesley must be doing so right now, you feel you can dig yourself out of all situations.
100.
And that was a digging out of a situation there for Mike Warburton, who started that throw like he was on double trouble week there, right up by tops.
59.
Recovered the situation with the last start.
Maybe disappointed he didn't get the invite.
Well, we see it on double trouble week, and we've seen it in the World Grand Prix before, haven't we, where players forget to start on the double and just start throwing at the treble. It's one of the things I enjoy about the format the most.
Yeah, we're going to have double trouble back, actually, in the autumn time. That kicks off on Monday,
100.
the 2nd of September. Neil Duff is confirmed to come back and defend his title. Actually, he did an interview with Phil Bars a few days ago, and he actually confirmed that interview that he's going to be playing 3 consecutive weeks here at the Super Series, because obviously he's got Champions Week either side, and he's confirmed to Phil that he's playing at the beginning of the next series.
60.
The famous Phil Bars.
The famous
Might
Mr. Phil
require
Bars,
85.
yeah. Treble 15 tops for the opening leg for Warburton. Really good start.
Game
15
shot
darter,
the first
Warby's
set.
up and running.
Mike Warburton. Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Well, it's been an
Game.
absolute solid start to the day. Plaisier kicking us off with a 94.44 average, continuing that checkout percentage over 50%.
81.
And then Mike Warburton kicking off with a 15 darter.
Randy Bolton had the worst checkout percentage of any player yesterday at the Super Series, and it was still
100.
34%. That was how good players were on their doubling yesterday. Everybody were over a third, which in this format and at this standard is very, very good.
20.
Brazil, of course, stood out 51%. Bolton 34%, 13 from 38.
140.
Warburton just slightly better, 35%, 13 hits on 37 attempts. Both players actually identical as well in terms of the running average for the day yesterday too. Andy Bolton averaging 88.75, whilst Warburton averaged 88.92. And so realistically, this is as evenly awaited as encounter that you could possibly have had here at the
60.
Super
And
Series
he require
on the basis of
160.
yesterday's form.
$44.
Well, a bit of a slip there for Andy Bolton. He'll be disappointed to still be leaving himself on a 3 darter there from 160. Just 3 straight darts would have left a 2 dart possibility. But Warburton
59.
unable to
And he
capitalise.
require 160.
So the 1 treble required for Andy Bolton. He'll get 2 darts at the target he's been throwing at the entire game so far, the treble 20.
100.
Finds it with the last one in hand.
142.
Well, you've already seen the 145. What can Warby make of the 142? tops.
122.
And yesterday
And
really
requires
was a day
16.
littered with big finishes. 11 ton-plus checkouts for the day yesterday. Already
Games
seen
on
one
the second
today,
leg.
but Bolton
Andy
equalises
Bolton.
this encounter at 1-1 with a regulation double 8.
The leg, it's Mike to throw first. $100.
I think it says a lot about the respect that we put on Andy Bolton and everything he's done in his career, and everything he's done in this building. He's built up a real reputation for himself.
140.
And the reason I say he's built a reputation up for himself is the fact that yesterday we spoke about those numbers being 88.75 and 34%. But we spent most of the day yesterday saying that it looked like he was playing a little bit below par.
100.
Yeah, fair. Do always expect Andy Bolton to be around
140.
about that 90 average for any week or any tournament that he plays in. Absolute consistent model professional
60.
player.
And that really is, isn't it? Model pro. I mean, we talk in football, don't we, about model professionals that just go about their business. There's no
137.
frills or spills, but they're very proficient. And Andy Bolton's just exactly that. In terms of this is his yearly stats. This is from 12 months, and there's a lot of data to this.
140.
His average for the last
And it
12
required
months, and this takes
84.
in hundreds of games, 89.41, and his checkout percentage over the last 12 months, 38%. Double 11 here for the 84 checkout, the breaker throw 12, and a 2-1
Andy
lead.
Bolton.
But it feels like those numbers for Andy Bolton are indicative of
Fourth leg,
he's
it's
very, very
Andy
good
to
at this
throw
level.
first.
But then possibly
Game
at the
on.
next level up, that could be found out a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much the nature that it'll get you so far and gets you
60.
so deep into things. But he was born on the 25th of February 1973, which means he's 51 years of age, which means
140.
he is eligible to play seniors events. Now, we know he doesn't play too much on other tours outside of the PDC. He has dabbled very briefly in WDF darts, but that's probably because he wanted a holiday in Gibraltar.
140.
And actually, should Andy Bolton commit to that seniors tour, he'd win titles.
60.
Well, Bolton has qualified for the World Masters in Hungary in October because of that performance in Gibraltar, as you rightly mentioned. But it feels like a lot of his play at the minute is kind of around the ADCs,
134.
beginning to play the vaults, played a fair bit of the championship tours, actually in the race to get to the finals of that, and possibly qualified for the global championship off the back of that.
140. And he record 160.
So what you're saying is Andy Bolton's got a lot of opportunity ahead of him.
I mean, there is a conceivable scenario
59.
that Bolton
Might
could
require
qualify for Lakeside via
161.
the World Masters, play the ADC Global Championship, and then be the Seniors World Champion. Potentially that could happen. Theoretically it could happen. It's unlikely, I know, but it could happen.
45. And he require 108.
What can you make of the 108? We'll stay there, because the treble would have given him a double 14.
60.
And so
Mike,
Warby
you require
116. This
116.
to square the game up at 2-2 and to return the game to throw. Treble leaves double 18. Not to be, and so Bolton will come back for 48 to open up a 3-1 advantage.
60. And he require 48. Game shot on the fourth leg. And he
It all
bolts
started so well for Mike Warburton. He kicked off with a 15 dart leg.
The
He's
leg,
not
it's
dropped his
Mike to
levels.
throw
What's
first.
happened is Andy Bolton
Game on.
has rose his. Mike Warburton is averaging 96 and he's won one leg. We can talk about the standard and our expectations of this group, but
60.
sometimes those numbers just add so much extra context to support what we are saying here in how solid and how important, how big this group is.
59.
It even got a flame emoji in the title of the video yesterday, didn't it?
Best flame
60.
emoji ever.
Got a set of eyes today, was the emoji. Moving day madness. To be honest with you, I don't think there's going to be much moving at the top.
No, I think they
60.
need to rename the video Wesley Plaisier Domination. Because that is exactly what this Group A is. And it just feels like everybody else in this group now are
100.
jostling for whichever position they can get.
The one thing is, we know they're going to be challenging Wesley, because just look at the performance we're seeing here from Warburton and Bolton. If they can replicate this against Wesley, they're going to be asking
95.
questions. But questions was asked of Wesley yesterday, and he just brushed them aside with an average of 96 for the day.
100.
Well, Warburton looks like he's going to get another leg back. Okay, it's on throat. Although another treble for Bolton here would make things interesting.
140.
He's first to a finish. And Warby cannot come up dry. He needs to find a big power treble. Needs a big target. Finds it. May move away.
100.
Stays
And he require 147.
at 101. People are going to need to look at that, I feel, over time. 19 audible, I feel, is the option on one dart with 101. Because should Mike Warburton miss this first dart, he may be laying up for the ball.
Bullseye it is. And bullseye that it isn't found. And so Bolton will come back for 52 to seal a 4-1 success to kickstart his day. He'd move on to 6 points and actually move him up to second place at the table if he can find double 16 for a comprehensive win against
Andy
Mike
Bolton.
Warburton. A 4-1 success and such a typically Andy Bolton performance. An average of 91, 4 for 5 on the doubles. That is a puff of the cheek and a smile of a relieved man who's happy to get his day up and running with a win. Bolton 4, Warburton 1 in our second match of the day. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Victor Tingstrom and Ben Payne go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Caddy Bolton got the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 1, averaging 91.28, 4 for 5 when it came to the doubling. Really good performance that from the X Factor. The final game of the first round of fixtures sees Victor Tingstrom in action, the 23-year-old from Stockholm in Sweden, the reigning Finnish Masters champion, and he is hoping to finish this Group A with a flourish. Up against Ben Payne from Uckfield, the ADC Southeastern London qualifier, who got his first win of the day, his only win yesterday, against Victor Tingstrom in the final match of the session. For Victor, a little bit of a disappointment that last game of the day yesterday. He'll probably feel like,
First leg, it's Victor
in terms of performance, there was a couple of gears to go. But a chance to regroup on this day too, and if he can win this game, he would move on to 6 points, level with Messes Bolton and Crabtree. And first things first, Victor
60.
has changed the flights. Now, yesterday I made a comment about Victor's flights, and
78.
they got acknowledged very quickly, and so Victor has changed his flights today.
Yeah, it was a bit
95.
chewed up by the wasp, wasn't it, Henry? The wasp.
Yes.
Of all things that you could reference, chewing things up, a wasp.
60.
Well, famous eaters they are. But, well, they look fresh out of the packet, don't they? Much better, Victor. Oh, much better.
180.
Well, Carl Wilson says, cracking standard so far
85.
this week. Definitely one of the best weeks ever. Do you know what, Carl? I'm finding it hard to argue with you. It's certainly one of the best weeks I've sat here on commentary watching the Super Series. And I've even covered Champions Week before. So,
130.
arguably, as a normal week of qualification, can you debate what Carl's going to say?
You require 36.
It's hard to debate how good this week has been. And how many times have you seen a player left on a double after 12 darts? Tingstrom doesn't have to take this double nine out right here, right now, but he will
Victor
to
Tingstrom.
lead by a leg to nil. Well, we kind of knew, didn't we, roughly the whole lineup
Second leg, it's Ben to
about
throw
a month
first.
ago for
Game.
this week. And as soon as we knew that these were the 6 players playing in the Group A, our jaws hit the floor.
121.
And I'm sure when the players found out, their jaws hit the floor, but for completely contrasting reasons.
Oh, absolutely. When you're sat in there as a player,
140.
you look ahead and you kind of... You want a nice group, of course you do, and you look
85.
forward to Thursday. Ben Payne sat up waiting last week so he could see who was in the group with him, and he said when the announcement came out and it was, what a lineup we've got here, he looked at it and went, oh wow, it certainly is. And
180.
Tingstrom looking to avenge the defeat, though, yesterday when Ben Payne did pick up his first victory of the
40.
campaign. It was against Tingstrom. Got to be said, an underperforming Tingstrom, who dropped to his lowest performance of the day, 73 average, missing 13 darts at the doubles. But he is putting it right here. This is a sensational start. Must be those flights, Henry.
It's all in the flights.
Just got to stay away from the wasps.
Well, this would
60.
sting, wouldn't it, if the 155
You
went.
require 155.
Well, they're floating like a butterfly, but it couldn't sting like a bee right there.
97.
Well, in the last leg, he left a double after 12. In this leg, he leaves himself on a single to double after a dozen darts. Average here, just under
85.
105 in
Victor
these
require 58.
early stages of the contest. And he has 2 at tops to make it 2-0.
Just needed to make sure that was in. The angle of entry and a bit close to the
Shot
wire.
the
That one
second leg.
clearly in and
Victor Tingstrom.
doubles his lead, breaks the throw of Ben Payne. And you've got to
Third
wonder,
leg, it's Victor
at what
to throw
point
first.
will it
Game
break
on.
the heart of Ben Payne? Because he's up against it here in this group.
But I reckon there's a part of me that thinks that he kind of knew that before
85.
proceedings began, that he knew that maybe at times he was just going to be reduced to crumbs. And I think he's got to look at it from almost the
100.
flip side perspective. He's got an opportunity here to play against some of the elite without a card for 5 days, and what an invaluable experience he's going to have as a consequence of it. It's only going to make him better as a player if that mentality and that mindset is right, in my opinion.
81.
Sometimes the best way to learn is the hardest way, and that's sometimes being chucked into the deep end of the pool.
139.
Well, Ben Payne would have gone back to his accommodation last night and tried to find some positives. I don't think he'd have to look too
26.
far. He did leave with a win yesterday, last game, picking up the victory over Victor Tingstrom. The positives surely must feel around the doubling. He only had 15 darts at a double yesterday, but he had 7 successful. That is a rate of nearly 50%, which the positive is, when he gets down to a finish, he's very, very strong on the
44.
doubles.
Victory require 80.
The issue is, at the moment, he's been completely outscored by Victor Tingstrom, that he may not get a chance at the doubles. And because he's been so outscored, Tingstrom allowed to go the route he wants to. He may look at a big 2 here, so he can stay in that section. Doesn't need to be going for the double 9. He can stay where he wants to be, that 16 and 8 combination.
64.
Very good clarity of thought there for Tingstrom.
Playing the game the right way right now.
100.
This for a 3-0 lead.
Victory requires 16.
And so far, he is absolutely blowing Ben Payne apart. Been an absolute dismantling. But this is the first opportunity that the man from Uckfield has had in this game. But he's not going to take the 150 out.
46. Victory requires 16.
There's a point in the game yesterday when Tingstrom played Ben Payne that he missed 7 darts in a leg to get a breaker throw, and Ben Payne moved on. And
No score.
now the missed
Victory
doubles
require
again
104.
started to add up for Tingstrom. At a point, he could take control of this game. But we still don't get a dart of the double here from Ben Payne.
44.
21 darts thrown, and he's
Victory
still
require 16.
another one away from leaving a finish. Can Tingstrom this time get over the line?
Game
He
shot
does.
the
He's
third
3-0 up. He's got the job
Victor
done in
Tingstrom.
regards to winning the leg. But that is what we call an average busting leg.
Full
He's
flag
gone
against
from averaging
Ben
over
to
100
first.
down
Game
to
on.
just 88.
3 from 13 now on the doubles, Victor Tingstrom. But the most important thing from his perspective is he's just a leg
100.
away from the win.
$57. 140.
He was the least likely player yesterday to hit a 180. Ben Payne nearly got his first one of the day there. He only got 1 yesterday. Tingstrom registering 6.
96.
Our best 180 hit of the day was Mike Warburton. He contributing 9 of the daily maximums.
60.
That's some return, isn't it, from 5 short format games.
Third of the game here for Tingstrom.
180.
And just when Ben Payne thought he might get a moment's peace, Tingstrom comes back with a big shot.
81.
He's himself on 120, but you expect Tingstrom to leave it handy, particularly after dart 1. Great recovery of dart 3 to leave himself on 46 for the match. But can Ben Payne put pay to this leg? No is the answer. And so Tingstrom is back for 46 to get over the line.
That would have been Ben Payne's first start of the
80.
double in the game
Victor
as well,
required 46.
just to show the dominance of Tingstrom, who should get 2 darts here for the 2 points.
He's got tops. He gets tops.
Game shot
And
of
Victor
the
Tingstrom
match.
seals a 4-0
Victor
victory
Tingstrom.
against Ben Payne. Good performance, 91 the average, 3 maximums, and that was despite missing 11 darts at a double in the contest. For Ben Payne, well, that was a painful start to the day. Tingstrom, a 4-0 win. And that puts him now up to second spot in the table. And so coming up after the break, Wesley Plaisier has got the opportunity to move 8 points clear of the rest of the group if he can get the better of Andy Bolton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the stage is set for Andy Bolton and Wesley Plaisier to joust it out. What a beautiful arena it is. And we've got two of the very best now eligible to play in this arena going toe-to-toe. Plaisier can open up an 8-point gap at the top of the group if he could get the better of Bolton, who effectively any faint hopes that he has of potentially winning this group basically come to fruition here. But Plaisier, well, he's been worth the build-up, hasn't he? A lot of people making the argument, making the case that he's the best player without the tour card, or without a tour card, shall I say, right now. Well, he is proving that point quite emphatically as far as this group is concerned, and making what is a very tough group looking very easy. South Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar in the commentary box for this, our fourth match of the session. And we're kind of expecting Wesley to carry on like he did against Cam.
140.
We say many people suggesting Plaisier to be one of the best players out of the tour card. You've only got to look at our chat at the moment, which
100
is all about how has Wesley Plaisier not got a tour card? Well, he may have one next year, because if you take a look at the Order of Merit, there's a serious chance here, if he continues the way he is, that he'll break into the top 64 this year, which will give him a 1-year tour card, which is essentially a 2. But in terms of the wording of it, a 1-year tour card.
140.
And one of the conversations is, what does he need to do to make Ali Pali? He's currently 13th on that Order of Merit, £23,500. The cut-off at the moment, Nick Kenny on 12,750. We've still got 16 events to go. Now, if you imagine you're going to have to at least win a game on everyone to reach the top 64, that would make
97.
it 28,000. But we're looking at sort of top 48, so you're going to have to occasionally get... I think we're going to be looking about £32,000 to make Ali Pali, of which case Wesley needs about another 9,000.
However, it's Bolton who needs double 16 to take out the first leg with a 104.
Andy Bolton.
Well, Plaisier has had it pretty much all his own way up until
So
now,
here's
but
Wesley to
Bolton
throw
just
first.
saying that the rest of the pack are still very much looking to shoot him down.
Well, that's what you'll get from a player like Andy Bolton, who's been there before and
100.
been on that tour. You do, when you see sort of the new shiny toy coming through and everyone wants to sort of forget about you as a player and move their attention across, you kind of want to jump into their spotlight and go, I can still do it, pal.
And Andy's one of those players that does not care for reputations.
60.
Couldn't care who you are, what you've won. You're just another opponent. Which is probably why he was one of the players last year with a better record against Luke
97.
Littler than most. Because he didn't care about his reputation.
Well, he cares about it in the way that he wants to be the person to stop you. And myself, I was
99.
quite regularly, when I was in the PDC, around that cut-off, around the 60 mark in the rankings. And you do, when you see people come up, you see people wanting to take that position away from you, and you see people that are coming into form and the new players, and you want to draw them, you want that opportunity to keep them down, and that's what Andy Bolton will be relishing, that chance here against Wesley. He'll know the attention's
60.
on Wesley, he'll know that Wesley will be the favourite, and it's nice sometimes to go into a game as the underdog. Remember Ryan Searle often speaking at events how he wants to be the underdog? Even when you're in the top
100.
16, you want us to be regarded as an underdog.
Well, Bolton once again has left himself on 104. Took it out in the last leg.
134.
May have to take out on this if he's going to get the break in a 2-0 lead. We'll stay there. Treble lead, double 12. Not to be for Bolton and Plaisier.
88.
Look how quickly he decided to try and lurch his way into the exclusion zone to take this 48 out. He's been 50% on his doubles all week. Mopped it up first time of asking there. And level we are at one apiece.
The leg, it's Andy.
This is what's so impressive about Wesley, though, because there's all these little moments where Andy Bolton will be stood at the back of the stage going, just miss one. Just give me that chance. Let me step in and break the throw.
81.
And Wesley just offering no opportunity. It's been functionally brilliant.
140.
I actually had a discussion with you off air between matches, and the record for weekly average here at the Super Series is Darryl Pilgrim, 96.1, and that was in a week where he hit that 118 and that 122 average in back-to-back matches. Plaisier, the way he's going here, in this game he's averaging 100.5. Genuinely, if he wins this Group A, which it looks like he's going to, he carries on playing at this standard, and he does the same on Saturday night, I think that could be under some threat. I really do. Averaged 96.38 yesterday.
40.
Averaged 94.44 in his first game. And as I say, his average, well, it's gone down a little bit to 96.
97.
This is just where he lives, though, at the moment, isn't it? Wesley Plaisier in regards to the statistics and the performance, and it's why I do think he'll get over the line in that race to Ali Pali. If we're thinking he's
99.
needing roughly £9,000 to £10,000, I can't see Wesley getting beat in the first round that often.
$133. And he required 96.
He's treble dart 2, and he was going to attack the treble.
56. Wesley required
Plaisier
74.
should get a dart. Should at least get a dart. Could get 2. One at tops. For 2-1 and the break. And how
Game
quickly
from the
the
third
pendulum
leg.
has swung in this
Wesley
contest.
Plaisier.
Bolton took out the 104 to win leg 1, and then Plaisier, with a couple
flag
of
it's
pops,
Wesley to throw
has put the
first.
game in his favour at 2-1. A shake of the head from the X Factor, because in the blink of an eye, he is now on the back foot.
74,
82.
72, 66. These are the shots that was said was the difference makers. And once again, difference maker there. Andy Bolton sat, wanted to come back, 3 darts in hand.
140.
Wesley Plaisier, 1 dart at the end of a combo. Out it goes. You asked the question to Wesley yesterday. You asked me the question, what is the difference between Wesley and the group?
140.
You've just seen it again.
I'm going to ask you the question. Wesley Plaisier should be on tour next year, one way or another. How far can he go on tour?
95.
It's always hard to answer that question when someone is in such a rich vein of form and a purple patch like Wesley is. Yes, we know Wesley's a good player, but
100.
he hasn't played to the levels we're seeing here consistently over a prolonged period of time. And I think it's now showing us he's got the ability. Now,
And
does he pass the
require
test of time?
121.
If he does, continue in this vein, he'll be in the top 32 in no time.
And of course, the dynamics change as well when you
84.
move on tour. May have to give up work, may go full time, and that brings a different pressure. But he's feeling no pressure here. It's
Game
another
shot
one of those
full
pop combos. It's the
Wesley
84 this time. He's 3-1 up. He's 3 from 3 on his doubles, and he's averaging over a ton.
Game on.
That conversation for Wesley Plaisier, I think, needs to be happening very soon. When you say about
97.
work, when does he give up work? When does he take darts full time? He's just won £20,000 from reaching the 2 finals on the Pro Tour.
83.
He knows he's guaranteed to be playing in Lakeside. He's likely to play in Ali Pali. He's guaranteed prize money come the end of the year, due to the fact of being in the Players' Championship finals. I'm guessing right now, right this second, sponsors will be clamouring to get on the shirt of Wesley Plaisier. That conversation, that thought pattern of when do I stop
83.
working needs to happen now. Because the back end of the year could change his life. With the Pro Tours he's got, with the opportunities that he's going to have,
100.
I'd be handing in my notice as of now if I was Wesley.
But it's also interesting. I don't know whether you saw Steve West's
135.
interview that he did
And
with
164.
Phil Bars, but there's also a different pressure when that is your full-time occupation. And Steve West made a point in that interview that
60.
it's a different type of pressure when you've got to hit a double 10 with your mortgage and your car insurance and everything else on the line.
I've lived the life, I know it. I absolutely know the life. And what you need is you need that positive distraction. I found that within
180,
YouTube.
And he recorded 104.
And you need something to focus on as well as the darts.
Bolton looking to find his second 104 this game.
72.
It doesn't go, and you don't expect him to come back because Plaisier has
Wesley
left himself on
require
double 10
20.
after 12 to seal a 4-1 victory. His average is 103.5. That's his first missed dart at double in this match. Well, that's the first
Non-score.
time he's really presented an
requires
opportunity to
32.
his opponent after missing 3 in hand at a double.
An opportunity Andy Bolton, I can guarantee you, was not expecting. That is a wall of tungsten that could help him.
16.
Misses
Wesley
when given
required
a
20.
bit of a reprieve.
And so double 10 for Plaisier to eventually get over the line by
shot
4
out
legs
the
to
match.
1. It's another
Wesley
immaculate
Plaisier.
display from the Dutchman. He was perfect on the doubles right until the last leg. And even then, an average of 98.76, 4 from 7 on the doubles once again. We're running out of superlatives to talk about this man. 4-1 he beats Andy Bolton. He's averaged 94.76, 1 from 5, had a 104 checkout, and he was made to look very ordinary. Coming up next, Crabtree and Ben Payne.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. That is Cameron Crabtree from Croydon. And he's hoping to cross the green grass of the victory post in our fifth match of the session against Ben Payne, who's looking and searching for his second win of the week. Talking about a man that just cannot stop winning, Wesley Plaisier made it a magnificent seventh victory in this Group A before the break. An average of 98.76, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, including a lot of pop finishes in the beginning of the match. Andy Bolton averaged 94 at a ton plus checkout and was made to look very ordinary.
Game on.
But this man about to throw the first dart of this contest isn't an ordinary player. He is one of the best in the world that doesn't obtain a tour card. The Series 7 runner-up, who now is in a little bit of bother because he's now fourth in the table, minus 2 legs difference on 6 points. And if he's not careful, he could get dragged into a Group C conversation.
I think that is the conversation this week, isn't it? I think Group A is a bit of a no contest. I think if we ask the players right now, I think they'd all just throw the towel in regarding to trying to catch Wesley Plaisier, who is currently 8 points adrift. He will be reeled in a little bit during this lap of fixtures. That's because Wesley has had a game in hand. He's had a game extra, but at the moment, it's hard to see where Wesley's going to lose a game, and certainly that is the vibe as well amongst the people watching along with us today. Thank you for your company. Joining us on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, all believing that Wesley Plaisier is going to go through the card once again.
So at what point do we talk about the 15 from 15 being on, Matthew?
The 15 from 15 has been a conversation we've had on multiple occasions.
40.
But I never thought we'd be having it in a week with the quality that we've got here. What a week to do it, if it was to come in.
I've got to be careful how I say this because I don't want to be labelled as disrespectful. However, the fact that Wesley's doing it in a week of this
37.
quality,
Game
could you
requires
imagine
60.
what he would have done in, shall we call it a
Games on the
regulation
first
week
leg.
as Crabtree takes the
Cam
first leg on
Crabtree.
double 8?
Well, I don't know what more he could do.
Second leg
He's
is Ben to
causing
throw
damage. I
first.
mean,
Game.
not just looking at the points, but look at the legs column. Plus
100.
20. Plus 20. He's played 7 matches.
58.
He's dropped
83.
8 legs all week. 8 legs.
In a group like this where you've got,
96.
you would talk about those finals that Wesley Plaisier made, but Cam Crabtree's made a couple of Pro Tour quarterfinals and recently made the semi-final
121.
himself, as has Andy Bolton.
It's absolutely crazy. It really is.
85.
Tell you what, though, there's a little bit of an opening here for Ben to lower this game up at 1 apiece.
57.
I think the big concern for Cam will be he was probably the player that, out of everybody in the field, felt that he was probably the one that could most realistically
133.
challenge Wesley
Anyway,
today.
140.
But because he lost that first game, he's now so far adrift. Could that linger throughout the course of the day?
44.
Oh,
Gary
absolutely. He
Maguire,
would have known how
129.
important that first situation and that first game was for him. All he can do now is just win and win big and hope for the best.
40.
A bit of a wayward
require
one with the last dart
96.
leaves him plenty of work to do. Ben Payne, who's not had a dart yet at a double so far today. I mean, that was a dart at a double.
60.
A
Gary
double
Maguire,
attempt,
89.
but not one in regards to a leg winning opportunity. Double 5.
Game
Still the wait
second leg.
continues for Ben
Cam
Payne.
Crabtree.
Crabtree knows how important that is. Don't give encouragement. Don't offer opportunity to
The
your
leg,
opponent. And a
it's Cam
big
to throw
break of
first.
throw there for
Game on.
Cam Crabtree to take full authority on this match.
That's going to hurt Ben Payne. That will hurt. He would have expected, or half expected, to
100.
come back. But again, we mentioned those types of finishes. That and
58.
89. Those combos where, yes, on paper it's a 2-darter, but at this level, by and large, you're maybe only going to
82.
get a dart, which he takes. And now Ben Payne's up against it, where he could have been in a position where he could have attacked this match.
140.
He's there or thereabouts, isn't he, Ben Payne? It just feels like he's just a dart short at the
100.
moment. Should start down on the 19s here. Something we don't have to question with Ben Payne, the board management.
19.
Is this where we're learning about the upping in quality, the difference in quality that may be compared to what Ben usually plays more locally? Is this what he's finding out right now?
96.
Well, yeah, this is the difference between the levels, isn't it? Because Ben is a very good, solid County A player.
26.
But this just shows you the difference between now what the county system is and essentially what the Open Tour and International Circuit is.
63.
Yeah, the county system's something that's been very much a discussion topic, hasn't it, in recent times?
60. Cammy requires
Look, for a
60.
player like Ben, it's a fantastic system to play on stage and earn experience.
Game
But
shot on the
goodness
third
me,
leg.
he's experiencing
Cam
some
Crabtree.
severe pain here. Crabtree's 3-0 up, 3 from 3 on the doubles, and it's not
Flag,
even
it's
felt
Ben to
like,
throw first.
if the truth be told, he's
Game.
got out of 5th gear as of yet.
He nearly walked straight off the edge of the stage there as well.
Whoops.
Nearly the greatest moment in Super Series history.
Oh, don't you
68.
start.
I mean, come on. You can't say there'd be a funnier moment in Super Series history than Cam Crabtree falling down the stairs
60.
mid-match.
It would, apart from the fact it'd then lead to you playing on the stage for the rest of the day because he's broken his ankle.
135.
Nah, Cam Crabtree with a broken ankle would still be better than me.
Well, it'd be either you or me they'd have to throw on the stage.
85.
Okay, I'm in.
140.
We've had some stage mishaps before, haven't we? We've had people almost fall down the smoke machines before they had the coverings that they do now. Was it Stephen Burton who lost a dart down there,
85.
didn't he, on the opening night?
Kenny McCoy, 158.
Best one was Adam Warner, who... Do you remember when his army swarmed the stage? He lost a dart
78.
down on the side of the stage. We got the lighting, the little panel down there. He forgot the darts. He had to get another set for Q score. I think the set for Q score worked better
59.
because he got his
Kenny
tour
McCoy,
card.
80.
But Ben here, looking to get his first leg on the board, going the 16s route for the 80 with time on his side.
Well, let's not undersell it, Henry. It's not just his first leg on the board. He's going to get his first dart at the double here. He's had 7 legs of darts so far today and yet to throw at the outer ring. This was his strength, though, yesterday. 7 from 15. And he's going to get 3 darts at tops,
60.
regardless of what Cam
Benny
does,
McCoy,
which,
40.
as you can see, from the reaction of Cam, was not too impressive.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
But that is impressive.
Payne.
Maybe Ben Payne would be better off playing on the old Yorkshire dartboards.
5th leg, it's Cam to throw first.
I'm going to
Game
say
on.
this right here, right now. I know Cam's got the darts to win the match. But if I'm Ben, I'm thinking there's still an opportunity here. Because you look at the scoring stakes, there's not really too much to separate the pair. If he
82.
can just turn it on for a couple of minutes, I think there's still a game for him to be had. I really do.
58.
However, comes up dry there.
38.
But Crabtree here is only averaging 82. And I wonder whether Ben half thought there was an opportunity. And I just wonder whether the panic
62.
with Dart 1 and Dart 2 came as a result of that.
Big last dart, though, to save the situation and level off the leg.
45.
Scott D actually just posed that question, says, if there is an injury, are there any replacements that come in? Well,
140.
Scott Mitchell had to tag in, didn't he, not too long ago? Played in a spare pair of trousers and things that was knocking around. Looked like he was in
100.
spare PE kit at school.
There are those contingencies in place. Actually, Scott Mitchell was prepping for a day's worth of commentary before then getting the call to go
45.
up. There are contingencies in place. If we know kind of the night before, there's players with locality that can get the time off work, which we'll go and bring in as a matter of urgency. If it happens on the day, we still have people that can
180.
come in. A couple of our spotters, for example, are players. Obviously, the likes of yourself and Scott are still active players. So if needs must, it's there.
60.
But Crabtree here
Cammy
for the
McCoy,
match, looking at
56.
56 on the back of the game's first max. We haven't seen a missed dart at double in this contest. Until there. Until then,
60.
and they both bend the wire.
Kenny McCoy, 136.
For a game changer, not going to go for Ben. And you feel Crabtree, who's missed 2
40.
darts already now for the
Cammy
match,
McCoy,
isn't going to
40.
pass too many more opportunities.
Tops for the win.
Game
Tops
shot
for
and
2
the
points for
match.
Cam Crabtree.
Cam Crabtree.
The performance isn't one to rave about, but the points will be at least a relief for Cam Crabtree. A 4-1 success puts him back up to second place in the table. Well, if you're going to celebrate, make sure you get everything in the right place. 4-1, Cam Crabtree the victor against Ben Payne. Coming up after the break, Mike Warburton and Victor Tingstrom will round off round 2.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Cam Crabtree got the better of Ben Payne by 4 legs to 1. And so we very speedily move into our 6th match of the morning session. What a day of darts we've seen so far. And we're going to watch Victor Tingstrom and Mike Warburton go toe-to-toe. Both players averaged in excess of 90 in their first matches. Warburton, 92, going down 4-1 to Andy Bolton, while Victor Tingstrom averaged 91.09. It was way in excess of that, really, for a long while before a few misses at the doubles in a 4-0 dismantling of Ben Payne, who again was beaten comprehensively before the break by Cam Crabtree.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first.
It's Wales
Game on.
against Sweden in our 6th game of the morning session. It's Wrexham against Stockholm. Feels like a preliminary round match in the UEFA Conference League.
60.
Maybe it won't be too long before a team like Wrexham are in a tournament like that, the way they're going and progressing through the leagues. I think they're still waiting on a few sort of
100.
League One signings, aren't they, at the moment?
Unfortunately, because of rules, they're no longer allowed to play in the Welsh Cup, which would have been their easiest way towards European football. In matter of fact,
60.
the last professional side to win the Welsh Cup were not even Welsh.
Sounds a bit like the Darts World Cup, but that's a different conversation.
180.
Shrewsbury Town were the last professional club to win the Welsh Cup back in, I believe, 1989.
60.
How do you know this stuff?
Because I'm very sad, Matt, as you've probably realised by now.
Yes.
91.
Tingstrom was the most likely player to hit a 180 yesterday. Hit 9 of them, and it has wasted no time here in hitting a very important one against Mike Warburton here,
60.
because it's on the Warburton
You
throw.
require 130.
180s at the right time. Change games.
Doesn't have to, but he will,
105.
and he wasn't far away.
I'm not surprised he's gone for it there, because he must be feeling good after that opening game, picking up a good 4-0 victory over Ben Payne, restricting him to not even getting a dart at the double,
43.
and an average over 91.
Feature required 25.
That despite having 11 missed darts at the double. He's got time on his side here. Warburton a long way back. He's been completely outscored and outplayed in this opening leg.
17.
But Tingstrom still needs to get over the line, and if there's been a little bit of a frailty at times, it's that his missed doubles tend to come in lumps. So far, he's already missed 3.
100. Victory required.
So 2 fours for
8.
Tingstrom to
Game
take the
shot on
opening
the
leg in
first leg.
16 and get the
Victor
breaker
Tingstrom.
throw. The Swede is up and running, and he just looks so much more
So against
comfortable,
Victor
doesn't he,
to
today,
throw
Victor?
first. Game.
He has a very concerned look on his face. Even more concerning after looking at what his opponent is throwing.
140.
Would it be fair to say that Victor maybe didn't truly settle yesterday?
There was moments, wasn't it? Moments and patches, I think, would be the
60.
best way to describe Tingstrom. But without really hitting the heights that he knows he's capable of. And I think that really being the case in point when you say he was the most...
81.
The player hit the most 180s, he hit 9. The player hit the most tumpless checkouts, he hit 5. So 5 tumpless checkouts, 9 maximums in the big power hitting columns.
96.
But he averaged 83. So he did more than enough in terms of the performance of the big stuff. It was the gel, the things that mat it all together that let him down.
100.
So 6 darts on 205 here for Victor to open up a 2-0 lead on Warburton. Well, yesterday was a day littered with games going tight,
100.
wasn't it? But today it's been the exact opposite. In fact, we haven't seen a game go in excess of 5 legs. We haven't seen a leg 6 or leg 7 today. We've seen 4 4-1s and that 4-0 for Tingstrom against Payne.
Key feature of his game yesterday
Game
was tumblers
shot on the
checkouts, and he adds
second leg.
another one to it. That is
Victor
his 6th
Tingstrom.
tumblers checkout of the week. There's no problems in those big highlight moments.
Game.
He's gelling it together a lot better here against Warburton, who's, got to be said, doesn't have much of an answer at the moment for Tingstrom.
95.
Well, Victor Tingstrom is yet to drop a leg so far today. 6 legs played, 6 legs won. I wonder what he's doing, what we see from a lot of players here
93.
who play in the Group 8. Just taking them a day or two just to kind of settle in. And Neil does kind of become the master at it now, hasn't he? In the respect of Monday may not always be great, but he knows how to find a way to pique his interest when it comes to Saturday
122.
night. Oh, hi Robbie in the chat room.
58.
I am a geek who watches BBC News at 10 p.m. with a cup of tea and biscuits.
He also missed out. You've probably got your Simpsons slippers on as well.
And the Spider-Man
96.
pyjamas in the Fortnite mattress. You know how it works, Matt.
$60.
And no, more ITV News at 10. Tom Bradbury and that. They're the gang.
Needs a big treble here. Tingstrom finds it. That took him away there. Sort of blocked that up with the first 2 darts. The angle of entry and the wall of material in the way. And Warburton in trouble here of the double breaker throw.
95.
This would be for a 7th
Victor
leg
McCoy,
on the
96.
spin at the beginning of this Tuesday. He's leaving his opponent stranded so far. And it's
Game shot
another
on the third
excellent
leg.
checkout. It was a 105
Victor
in the last
Tingstrom.
leg. A clean kill on the 96 in this one. He gets the
Over
double
against
break.
Victor
He
to
leads
throw
3-0.
first.
And Warburton is seemingly all at sea. Don't want to be on the other side of that, would you?
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy about it, does he?
96.
You wouldn't imagine so. He's not even managed to get a dart of the double yet. Been a little bit off the pace in the scoring stakes.
But
100.
Victor's making a real assault here on day 2. Average 91 in his first game, and that probably should have been more than that because of the missed doubles he had. Here, just under the ton, 99.94, 3 from 6 on the doubles.
100.
He is making a real move on Tuesday, and he could be the one that really puts himself in that pole position for
100.
P2, P3, which are the Group B slots. Going about his business beautifully.
138.
Needs himself on a finish after 9. Warburton needs a 2 treble turn. His first 2 treble turn of the match just to leave a finish.
100.
6 starts if he needs them here, Tingstrom. He's given us some big finishers. A 160, the biggest one he's done so far. Won't add one in this game, but what he wants to add is points onto the table after 12 darts has left a double. Not much Mike Warburton can do in this situation. You'd say hit and hope, but I don't think there's much hope the way that Tingstrom's taking out here at 50%.
Well, he looks very full on, doesn't he, Warburton? He expects this game to be over. But it's not quite yet.
Mike, you require 141.
And that's where that trebleless visit from Warburton in the last will frustrate him even more than he already is. You would have expected some big reaction there for Warburton had he hit that, but instead Tingstrom, another opportunity to get the job done.
Feature require.
Double 7's what he's looking at. It's been at the finishing line today where Tingstrom has missed these plethora of doubles, and it continues here.
Mike, you require 52.
Cannot cross the finishing line in this leg, and he may have to wait a little while longer if Warburton can take out the double 16, in which he can with his first start to the double in this match. And back we go to 3-1. And interestingly as well, Warburton has the darts in this leg. And so if he could bring it back to 3-2, he'll force Tingstrom to serve it out and just make things a little bit interesting.
6 match starts for Tingstrom. And that will annoy him. That will frustrate him. But can he put that disappointment behind him and continue in the same vein he was around the treble?
45.
Early indications suggest not.
I'm just wondering whether
60.
There's a little bit of flat track bullying going on here today. In terms of players are more than happy to be domineering in matches, but just when something's
40.
getting pushed back, is the reaction not so strong in the player that's had that push back?
$100.
Because Warburton is growing in this game, just as Tingstrom is suffering from a little bit of an off patch, I was going to say, and then he fires in his second max of the match.
Well, I think that just further validates the point you was about to make. That was a bit of an off patch because the maximum only put him level in the leg. Didn't give him an opportunity to get ahead. He did get ahead by just 5 points, but means pretty much nothing at this kind of level.
100. Mike, you require 101.
First to the finish, and it's the better one of the two. Double 12.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He's reeling this game back, and I think this is one of the things you get here at the Super Series. You do get these sort of turnarounds, because the short format games can certainly apply pressure, because now Tingstrom's going to the board thinking, I've got the throw in this leg, it has to go, because if I don't, I'm against the darts in a decider.
47.
Panic sets in quick.
And is it fair to say it feels like Warburton's the better player now?
Well, the pattern of averages would suggest that as well, because Warburton's average is going up while Tingstrom's is dropping.
$45.
I used the word panic just a couple of darts ago, and I think right now, more so than ever, Tingstrom will be feeling the panic.
140.
Mike Warburton is chasing down a breaker throw that would make him favourite for the game.
85.
Well, on a morning where Gareth Southgate has handed in his resignation as England manager, Victor Tingstrom might be resigned to the fact here that he may be forced to go to a last leg decider from 3-0 up.
$180.
Third max of the match. Is it academic? Well, he's going to get a chance. He's going to get a go
42.
to eventually win this match. Remember, he spurred 6 match starts a couple of legs ago, a double 14 and double 7. But Warburton should at least get a dart to take us all the way to a deciding leg. Remember, 3-0 down in this contest was Warby. But he could take us the distance. He's got a dart at tots to do exactly that. And he's 3 from 3 on the doubles. And from 3-0 behind, Mike Warburton has taken us all the way.
7th and final leg, it's Mike to throw first.
And it is Warby here who has the darts. And it's Warby now that in running is the bookmaker's favourite to win this game at 8-13 on.
Yeah, they got big odds not long ago when Tingstrom was missing 6 match darts. And since then, he's not had an opportunity to get the job done. It's been all about Mike Warburton, who's completely changed the momentum here.
93.
Well, the thing was, it just looked so calm, controlled and measured for so long for Victor.
60.
But now it feels like the adjectives that we are describing about this performance are the absolute opposite.
96.
It's felt like from 3-0 up, it's just completely fallen apart. And it's been since those mismatched darts. It's as if he hasn't really recovered from that.
140.
He's hanging in, he's digging in, is Victor Tingstrom. But Warburton still holding the advantage of the darts.
55.
That's where hanging in could play its part. You hope for the mistake and it's come. A 140 now. And Tingstrom all of a sudden would become favourite. He could go one better. He could find another max.
180. Might record 149.
Unless Warburton finds a biggie, which he's not going to do. Tingstrom will get more match darts. He's already missed 6. He will get another 3.
125. Victor, you require
Well, he has
36.
been made to sweat in the last couple of minutes as Victor Tingstrom. He was 3-0 up. He missed 6 darts and a double to win this match. And there was probably a point in this leg where he thought maybe there's not another chance. But he gets his chance at double 18. It's double 9 now. And eventually he takes his chance. And eventually he crawls over the line against Mike Warburton. That is relief. Pure relief for Victor Tingstrom. Mike Warburton battled so hard to get himself back into that match. And look what it means to the Swede. In the end, the average was 94. That 4th maximum of the match was so key under so much pressure. 4 from 15 on his doubles, that 105 as well. Tingstrom 4, Warburton 3. Coming up after the break is Ben Payne against Andy Bolton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds worth of play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And this is what we've seen. Before the break, Victor Tingstrom held on to beat Mike Warburton 4-3. But other than that, it's been fairly simple progress for the players in the matches prior to it. 4-0s and 4-1s being the results. And Wesley Plaisier winning 2 from 2 now has a real stranglehold at the top of the table. He has a 6-point lead from Victor Tingstrom and Cam Crabtree, respectively, in second and third, who actually go toe-to-toe in this round of fixtures. So Plaisier could be in a much healthier position by the end of this round if he could beat Mike Warburton in Game 8. But Game 7 sees Ben Payne and Andy Bolton go toe-to-toe. Bolton can join that pair of Tingstrom and Crabtree on 8 points. With a victory in this encounter for Ben Payne, it's been the solitary leg for him today. And that was from 3-0 behind against Cam Crabtree. It could have easily been a second successive 4-0 defeat for him. But he's going to have to find a big performance here if he's to get the better of Andy Bolton, who is in very good nick today. Averages of 91.28 and 94.76, but they've only been enough for 1 win from 2, although admittedly the defeat was against a very much on-song Wesley Plaisier.
Game on.
And we expected him to up the levels a little bit on day 2, and I think it's fair to say that so far he's duly delivered in that, even if results may not say it.
Yeah, the standard certainly has gone to what we expect from Andy Bolton now, and he'll be feeling good about himself. He'll be feeling good about this game after seeing what's happened with Ben Payne over the last couple of days.
180.
And what's happened with him so far today. When you talk about Ben Payne picking up just 1 leg, he's only had 1 dart at a double.
58.
Been completely outscored. And Andy Bolton, we know, has consistent scoring firepower.
100.
I think that's just the thing that's probably been missing a little bit for Ben Payne, hasn't it? Just that
59.
consistency. Finding a good score and then following it up with a trebleless visit or back-to-back trebleless visits. He is to move on and achieve what he wants to achieve in this game. He just want to go to Q School at some point in the near future.
97.
He's probably learned a lot this week about what he needs to find within his game.
Treble 10 was the target because Ben's not on a finish.
41.
And he's going to leave himself on tops after 12. Such a common saying for us here in the commentary box this week.
Just starting to feel the situation. You feel a little bit, Ben Payne. He's waited a long time for his opportunity here. Qualified for the Super Series back in January. And the wait so far
Andy to throw first. Game
has not been for a very positive experience for Ben.
Yeah, one of those southeastern London qualifiers at the beginning of the year.
100.
There's actually a southeastern London qualifier that involved a player that's here this week, Jared Cole.
134.
So we know that Ben's very capable against very good players.
$100.
And of course, a couple of weekends ago, we had the latest raft of qualifiers for players that are going to be with us in Super Series 9 that's going to begin in September.
There's going to be some quality players coming up in Series 9 as well, isn't there?
Yeah, well, these are the players that won the qualifiers. Dean Finn, Neil Withers, Greg Witchie.
60.
Darren Brown, no, not that one. Andrew McDermott, Carl Wilson, very handy player. Steve Robertson.
60.
Steve Reynolds, Dan Nichols, Kevin Mills, and a very familiar face to us, Martin Turner. All looking for some W's, Matt.
61. $171, and he require 140.
Well, you've been saying about that, leaving a double after 12. Ben Payne now joining the party. And he will get a shot. to what has been his
required
key
36.
attribute and strength.
He must have thought, oh no, when that first dart hit the treble 20 there for Bolton. Double 7. Chasing round, but
Game shot the
finds a
second
way
leg.
through
Ben
and
Payne.
levels us up at 1-1.
Doesn't miss opportunities when he gets them.
Good leg, it's Ben to
Just
throw
about
first.
carving out more chances with
Game
scoring like that. He's always going to get a go. That was a break of throat.
And this is the great thing that Ben's got this week. He's got 25 games guaranteed
40.
in front of the cameras. And so, analytically, he can pick out so much by watching these games back. And I think what we're learning is, in terms of his finishing, that really is his
66.
strong point. And there is a player there, but what he needs to do to get himself and to elevate himself to that next level is finding that scoring power on a more
96.
consistent basis. If he can find that, there really is a player to be had here. And I know he's been thrown in the deep end, but there's room for Ben to grow if he can just work on that area.
59.
I suppose it's easy for people like us sat in a commentary box saying it. How
140.
do you work and rectify that in practice, in competition?
Yeah, that's the tricky bit, and that's where it becomes very personal and individual, and that's where coaching really is becoming a big thing as
100.
well now for people to truly understand their own game and how to apply sort of the science to the development side.
140.
It's very, very hard to do when you're doing it by yourself. You don't go surgeon, do surgery on themselves, do you? Just because they know how to do it.
96. Ready,
Well, they
required
don't have
85.
amateur qualifiers in surgery, do they, Matt? 20 and Bull. Chased the treble, paid the price, although Bolton is all the way back on 180.
45.
Didn't have to, of course, chase it or attack it, but I suppose he's in that kind of mood that anything he gets, he's just going to take as quickly as he possibly can. And he's going to have to take this out
140.
now.
Required 40.
D10, and now D5. He could be in
35.
DT.
And he required 40.
Well, that's the first time Ben Payne has let an opportunity pass him by. Normally when he gets a shot at a double, it goes.
30.
But Andy Bolton unable to
Any
punish
required?
the situation. Missed doubles here in leg 3.
Game shot.
And Payne
the
mops the
third
pieces up.
Ben Payne.
And he's 2-1 up in this contest. And
Full flag
interestingly,
extended to
right,
first. Game
this is why numbers are just a guide, because Ben Payne is 13 points behind Andy Bolton in the averages, but yet has had more darts at a
60.
double and leads 2-1.
Yeah, Andy Bolton
58.
just had that really good first leg, didn't he? And it's just not going at the moment for the X Factor. And Ben Payne can cash in an opportunity here. He did it yesterday against Victor Tingstrom when Tingstrom came off the boil. And he followed that up here with what would be a sizable win
55.
against Andy Bolton, and one that would be very unexpected in regards to the odds, because despite the fact Ben Payne has the advantage of throwing first in this game, Andy Bolton was 1-4 favourite to get the victory here.
$100.
And this week, when you look at the lineup for Ben Payne, was all about trying to get as many scalps as he possibly could. Well, this would be a seismic one
150.
if Andy Bolton went by the by.
$58.
All unravelling at the moment for Andy Bolton. Is he still thinking of those missed opportunities?
26.
Well, he's going to get more, you feel. Ben Payne not capitalising on this lull in performance from Andy Bolton.
140.
He's just beginning to up it at the perfect time. If there's one thing we know about Andy Bolton, is his best suit is his timing. And is he timing another run to
97.
perfection
And we'll
here?
require 88.
Payne leads himself on 120. Bolton looking at 88. This for a level match. Double 14.
Game on the fourth
magnificent. Just
Andy
when he was
Bolton.
being put under the pump, Bolton puts in a bit of a spurt to square this game up at 2-2.
Throw first. Game on.
He's going to need to find a break, though, and you don't have long in this short format.
41.
An opportunity could be presenting itself very, very quickly here for Andy Bolton.
$60.
Roll of the eyes for Andy, who knows he's got to try and get a grip on this game soon. Can't offer encouragement to Ben. We saw what he did yesterday
60.
when he got that encouragement against Tingstrom. Also popped in an 11 darter along the way.
$100.
Big last. In what you feel will be the nervy leg. You feel if Andy Bolton can get the break here, we'll start seeing the best from Andy as he looks to seal out the game.
100.
He's got to put himself into position first.
Time 40 here, or two treble
99.
turn, you would have felt he really made his move, but this leg's still very much up for the offing. But Ben needs to find some power scores, and it's just not happening right now.
41.
And now the game moves into the direction of Andy Bolton. The impetus moves into the X Factor's favour, and he's being allowed to get away with a bit of an off patch in the middle of this match.
60.
And now he looks to stride forward.
$99.
Ben first to a finish. But you feel Andy is going to be left on something a little bit more handy.
$140.
Very handy for Andy.
160.
For goodness me, would this be a big moment for Ben Payne, but he's unable to take out the 160. And so
45.
Bolton will return
And
for
he requires
42
42.
to get the break of throw and to lead 3-2. He'd then have the darts to win the match. Double 16 to turn the tungsten tide in this tussle.
Game
3-2
on the fifth
Bolton.
leg.
And Ben
Andy
Payne may
Bolton.
feel like he's had a big opportunity in this game, and he is slowly but surely allowing
Severe
it to
gets
slip.
Andy to throw
And now the
first.
match is in the grip
Game on.
of Andy Bolton, who has the darts to win it.
140. That's all he'll be thinking. 140 now. Take firm control.
$38.
It's a bit of a mess.
$83.
Points here crucial for Andy Bolton, who is currently sat in the bottom half of the table. In a table that really is, do you finish in the top half or the
96.
bottom, rather than do you finish on top of it? With Wesley Plaisier running away with things.
98.
Well, it looks like Wesley slowly but surely going to be here on Saturday night, and you could be here as well. And goodness me, what a week to be here for this Saturday night. We are going to see
96.
some big guns jousting it out here on the live lounge stage. That's the QR code you need to scan. It takes you to a website called dartshot.tv.
60.
It's a £2 booking fee. And on top of that as well, you can be here any week you want over the course of the year. Tickets on sale, I believe, until the September time into the autumn. Tickets for Champions Week are on sale. Not many left now
97.
for that event, which is on the 31st of August, the week after we have our Double Trouble special week. Plenty of great Saturday nights ahead of us here at the Super Series
45.
Live Lounge.
Andy Bolton's going to want this game done, though. He's starting to throw the shoulder into the shot, and you could see the movement, the flexing at the back of the set. He's aware of the issue. He's aware he's throwing that into it, and he
125.
needs to get the job done quickly. And he has set himself up beautifully here. He'll just be glad to get off the stage with the points.
50.
And he may be doing that very
he
shortly,
requires
because he's
49.
now got 6 darts to complete the job with just 49 points to go.
2 in his hand, a double 16.
No
mistake. Well, it was a hard-fought
Andy
win, but it's a
Bolton.
victory nonetheless for Andy Bolton. He beats Ben Payne by 4 legs to 2. who had opportunities in the middle of the match to really stretch away, but Bolton relieved more than anything else. 2 crucial points. It puts him back up to third. 4-2. Bolton beats Ben Payne. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Wesley Plaisier take on Mike Warburton.
Jared Curl has hauled himself out of it.
It's 2 in. Ace going down. Treble 19. Yeah, nice. Yeah, 2 in again. He's on the up soon.
And do you?
It's a 180. Last 3. 144 remaining.
And again, throwing a 177.
He'll be up first. Treble 20.
He's on a potential 9 darter.
Confirming the second.
Come on, Jared.
And to me on double 12.
Yes, you beauty!
Yes. I tell you what, he's pretty good, eh?
Yeah, Jared Cole is going to be back with us for the remainder of the week in a playing capacity in what should be a blockbuster Group B alongside Aidan Kirk and other former weekly finalists and Harry Gregory, ever improving player. Group C sees the debut of Adam Paxton. Scott Marsh returns to the live lounge, whilst Wesley Plaisier looks set to win Group A. And the business that we're going to decide is to see which one of Andy Bolton, Cam Crabtree, Mike Warburton, Ben Payne and Victor Tingstrom will be divvied up into Groups B and C, and it's going to be Messrs Plaisier and Warburton that go toe-to-toe on the stage in our middle match of the day. Game 8 of 15 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and an opportunity again for Wesley Plaisier to stretch a gap at the top of the table. If he wins this game, he will move on to 16 points. He would have an 8-point gap at the top of the table ahead of the meeting between Tingstrom and Crabtree in match 9 of the day. This has been an absolute domination from this towering Dutchman, both for stature and of darting excellence. And it has been darting excellence that he is treated as two right from the very outset this week.
It's been reflected in the odds now as well. The odds compilers running for the hills in regards to Wesley Plaisier. We saw at the start of the day, 2-7 favourite going into day two. He's 2-9 favourite to beat Mike Warburton. He's 1-14 to beat Ben Payne.
85.
I think they just feel he's just going to steamroller this group, which if that's the case, surely they feel he's going to steamroller the week.
Have you ever seen Mike Warburton at 3-1 to win a game?
134.
Not at the Super Series.
Stagger when you come to think of it.
96.
But he has just been a step above, hasn't he, Wesley Plaisier, this week? We mentioned earlier his daily average of 96 for the day and has met expectations.
100.
Actually, he's averaging around that again for the day today because his two averages are 94 and 98 respectively.
100.
And it just feels like now, every single time he goes up there, something in the mid-90s just becomes our expectation for him.
180.
And Warburton may have to do things like this just to keep touch. However, he is threatening the break of throw here.
100. Might require 87.
But knowing how good Wesley has been on the doubles all week, it may be a bullseye he needs to take.
62.
And he wasn't too far away.
80.
The line and length was okay. Tops.
Game
No mistake. No mistake at all from Wesley Plaisier. Warburton had a solitary dart at the bullseye.
So
couldn't convert. And Plaisier, last dart in hand, pins the Tots to lead 1-0.
I have not seen a performance from a player
58.
as solid in regards to the functionality of the finishing with what we are seeing with Wesley. Again, that's one of those combinations, 80, where it could be a 2-darter, ends up being a 3.
100.
Bosh, out it goes.
The closest comparison I can think of, and I don't even think that was as good as what Wesley's doing here, was
41.
when we commentated on Bo Greaves. That was good, but this is another level in terms of functionality.
This is elite.
25.
Which is why he's had those elite results as of late. Which is why he's been picking up that big money.
Now, I know that this is over a much shorter sample size. It's only 8 games worth of reflective data, or 7 and a bit games worth of reflective data. But if Wesley was to hit these numbers, or we compared these numbers to the very best, his average of about 96, which is running at in this tournament, that's top 10 in the world territory. Ross Smith, 96.33, 9th over the last 12 months. I know it's a smaller sample size. I get that. But just as a sort of comparison as to what Wesley's hitting is in comparison to some of the best on the planet.
$180. Wesley record 112.
Well, I guess it also goes to show what he's capable of and where he could end up.
80.
But a rare miss
Mike, you require
from Wesley
66.
Plaisier, and these chances have to go.
Cannot miss this double 9. Does
Game's
not
on the
miss that
second
double
leg.
9.
Mike
And there we
Warburton.
are at 1-1. Remember Chris Mason mentioning before when him and Taylor, of course, had
Going
that
against
rivalry
Wesley
over
to
so
throw
many
first.
years.
Game.
And he said, oh no, Phil gives you chances at 146, 161, or the odd tricky attempt. It feels a little bit like what Wesley's doing to opponents here in terms of the domination.
180.
It's just sheer brilliance, time after time.
140. $97. $140.
incredibly, and this is incredibly, Wesley Plaisier has never had a recorded 9-dart finish in a match.
It's always tricky to tell for sure without speaking to him directly, because a lot of the tournaments Wesley would have played on in regards to the WDF and the BDO would have been played on things like paper rather than the more commonly used devices and connect systems.
And Warburton here is standing up to the task of Plaisier. He's averaging 107, and he could find himself 2 and up if he could find the ball.
56.
Again, it's all he's being restricted to is the odd dart here and there. It was another pop shot at the bullseye. And Plaisier back with 2 in hand at 8-8. And the way he's been finishing this week, you expect him to get. But the expectation doesn't meet reality. And there's a chance for Mike Warburton here.
Game shot in the third leg. Mike Warburton.
It's almost started to build up a little bit of sort of Rocky 4 vibes there, didn't it? With
Mike to throw first.
Ivan Drago, and there's that shot where Rocky hits him and he says he's not a machine, he's a man. And maybe we've got a very similar situation here, because at one point here, I mean, we were starting to think, is Wesley beatable here this week? The chat was thinking so. The odds compilers, everyone running for the hills and thinking Wesley was just going to steamroller through this. Mike Warburton says no. I can hit just as hard. Michael van Gerwen said very similar last night, didn't he, after he picked up the victory against Michael Littler? Luke Littler says people need to stop being scared of him. He's beatable.
46.
Mike Warburton could be playing the role of Michael van Gerwen here.
Michael van Warby. Third maximum of the match, and the average once again ticks above the ton mark for Wesley Plaisier. Well, he's already had a 145 today. Can he add a 144 to the collection to level this game up at 2-2? He'd also get the break back. Double 12 for another party piece of Plaisier. A 144 to square this game up at 2-2. It's another power play from this almighty Dutchman.
Okay, maybe he is a machine.
40.
That was ridiculous, that. 180, 144 finish. What a turnaround that for Plaisier. Just when it looked like Mike Warburton was just starting to nose in front.
This must be what it's like to play against computer level 10. Because he doesn't even give a flicker of emotion either. We've seen some players do that and they go absolutely crazy. Plaisier maybe just a little bit of a let out of emotion, but nothing major. And maybe that's one attribute we don't talk about incredibly enough, is his composure.
140.
At key moments. And maybe that is why we've seen him pick up a couple of Pro Tour finals and see him win that World Masters.
140. 81. $60. $100.
Now Warburton here, threatening the break back, and he may have to take out the 80 here. It would have been a miracle last dart if that found the treble. 80. But even with Plaisier on 80, you are nowhere near safe. Tops, big dart. Big miss.
60.
And Warburton may well be now running for cover.
Wesley require 80.
Well, these are the shots that I've said have separated Wesley Plaisier from the rest of the group so far. And continue to be so.
Fifth leg.
It's just where he
Wesley
lives
Plaisier.
at the moment. Is these finishes are just superb.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Offering
Game
no opportunity, no reprieve to his opponents.
And the thing is, you can't say that players haven't been playing towards
97.
Wesley's level today, because when he battered battered Andy Bolton, Bolton averaged 94 in that game and could only get a leg courtesy of a
140.
ton plus checkout. Warburton here is averaging 95 and still cannot find a way through. And so he's raising his level
140.
when his opponents are also firing back. And I think also that should be commended. It's not just as if he's having it his own way and he's playing at this level. Opponents are firing back at him.
82.
He's digging so deep here though, Mike Warburton.
Well, the thing is, Matt, we've seen Luke Littler here, and we've seen Luke Littler dominate groups, but I don't even think he dominated a group in the style that Wesley has here.
No?
99.
No, absolutely
Mike
agree.
124.
But the key thing is so far, there's still a long way to go for Wesley. And there might be a bit longer to go in this game. Did go for it, didn't need to go for it. Maybe something we question in about 45 seconds time.
100 might require
You
25.
almost feel like leaving 80 is better for Wesley than leaving tops.
Because the misses have been free in hand, haven't they? 2 4s. Doesn't go. That kisses the wire.
Wesley
But he
require
may be kissing
80.
goodbye his hopes. Because Plaisier comes back for 80. For an 8th win from 8. Double 10. 2 5s. Moves inside.
75.
And that is the first
Mike
real
require
seismic miss
8.
we've seen from Plaisier. The first real blot on what has been an otherwise perfect patch of finishing. Madhouse.
Game shot on the 6th
We're level
leg.
again.
Mike
And once
Warburton.
again, Mike Warburton has found a way from behind to take us to a decider.
7 from final leg against Wesley to throw
He was
first.
3-0 down against
Game on.
Tingstrom. Took the game all the way to a deciding leg. And from 3-2 behind, he has forced a last leg decider here.
55.
Is that the first slip? First real slip
100.
we have seen from Wesley Plaisier. For so long he's been immaculate. For so long he's been perfect. And for so long he
96.
hasn't looked close to being beatable.
$121.
Big last start there for Warburton, but the slip to the 1 in this situation could be huge because it now means he needs 2 trebles once again. Straight ton
135.
would not be enough for Warburton. Had he stayed straight, a ton would have left him the 161. It just shows the impact of one wayward dart at this level.
100.
And so suddenly when we thought he was in a little bit of trouble, Plaisier has 6 and 2 on 5.
96.
Great last dart.
It's a very awkward finish to 119. 140 here would really make things interesting.
100.
That's enough. That's damage.
Wesley require
That leaves him
119.
within touching distance should Wesley not be able to convert. But he loves tops.
But misses
99.
tops. He hasn't had a match start against
Mike
him all week
require
yet. He
80.
should get one at least. 20 for tops. Tots for Warby.
40.
Plaisier has survived the
Wesley require
scare.
20.
He comes back for 3 more in his hand at double 10.
99.
But misses
Mike require
tops. 2 5s. Goes the
No
other
score.
side. Warby's got 3 more.
Mike, you require
An
40.
opportunity he didn't expect, but a chance to dish out defeat.
2 10s. And now it's Warby chasing double 5, and he goes
35.
inside. Both players have
Wesley
missed a
require
multitude
20.
of doubles to win this game. But it's Wesley who
Shut
wins.
down the match.
Victory number 8
Wesley Plaisier.
was the hardest fought yet. He gets the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 3, who had a number of match starts to win that contest. Plaisier over the line, but just... What a game, what a contest. Plaisier 4, Warburton 3, Tingstrom and Crabtree is next. Well, shiny shoes on the stage. The 2 men in blue take to the stage. Crabtree and Tingstrom both getting the memo that we're in Portsmouth for the Super Series this week. And they are going to go toe-to-toe in what is our 9th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw another masterful performance from Wesley Plaisier, averaging in excess of 95 again. But he had to survive match starts for Mike Warburton. 4-3, the scoreline between Plaisier and Warburton, and that means it's 8 wins from 8. He is halfway towards the perfect group now. Is Wesley Plaisier. But for Cam Crabtree and for Victor Tingstrom, this is a big game. Both players now 8 points behind Plaisier. The winner will move 6 points behind, but perhaps more pertinently for the pair, they will see Group C
100
behind them if they lose this game. Thoughts on this one, Matt?
I've just never known a group be so decisive so early.
97.
That is the conversation, isn't it? Who's going to be top of, who's going to be bottom, who's going to be C, who's going to be B? And in a week like this, when the standards
96.
and the levels of what they are I think Group B is more important than it ever is.
Yep, the players that drop into Group B will join Aidan Kirk, Challenge Tour champion this year, lost a weekly final to Andy Davidson on his previous appearance. Jared Cole, previous weekly finalist, losing out to Patrick van den Boogaard, Development Tour winner last year. And Harry Gregory, who is improving every single time we see him here at the Live Lounge, former semi-finalist. Group C sees the debut of Adam Paxton. Scott Marsh returns. The first ever winner, actually, of a week in the old venue in Southampton when what was then the Live League, Scott Marsh. But the Saturday night was a little bit different for the beginning of that because it was a 10-game round robin. So you had a group of 5 that played the Saturday night, and you played a group stage on the Saturday, and the winner picked up a bonus. I'm glad we moved on from them days.
92.
The format here at the Super Series pretty much sacrosanct now, isn't it? Very much well known, well versed, and has stood the test of time.
$59. Victory requires 60.
Tingstrom here, 2 8s for 1 zip lead. Now double 4.
Game shot the
1-0
first
Tingstrom. And there's just
Victor
a couple of
Tingstrom.
alarming sides here for Cam.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Must be hard though as well. I've spoke about how hard it is at times when you're in an environment
58.
and you get all those memories and those thoughts and all looks and feels the same, and when you've played a big money game to come back to that environment again where
140.
at the moment he's playing for points, and he picked up something he said in regards to his outlook on this. He called this a qualifying, and that, I think that's the way Cam sees this. I think he doesn't see this as a week no more, where when he first picked up a weekly title it was about winning the weekly title. Now I think he just purely thinks of Champions Week, and in that this becomes a qualifier to Champions Week rather than its own individual sort of week in its own right.
140.
But I think the issue is there's probably 3 players in this group that probably think exactly the same. Wesley and Andy will probably have that same thoughts floating through their minds.
Well, Andy expects. We know he does. He spoke about it before. When he comes here, he expects to be winning weeks, and he comes here to win weeks. He doesn't come here for
58.
any other reason. And Wesley, certainly in the form that he's in and the rarity that we see him here at the moment at the Super Series, he'll be expecting the title as well.
146.
Another one of them. Would have left double 16. Dart 2 clashes off the barrel of Dart 1.
110.
Gets the next best prize of leaving double 8 if Tingstrom cannot take out the 110. And he's been the king of the ton toppers this week. Can he fire another one in here? Yes, is the emphatic answer. The 110
Victor
joins the
Tingstrom.
105 today on top of the 5 ton pluses he had yesterday.
It's Victor to throw
2-0 Tingstrom.
Game on.
Victor Tingstrom.
Well, there's a new nickname for Victor.
140.
Well, you could say he's Victor Ton Strong because he's been in a lot of ton 80s, 13 of them so far.
59.
Come on, I'm trying to save you here, Henry.
I don't think there was any saving, was there?
Victor Ton Strong.
134.
See, look, he's hitting the tons. He's hitting the strong tons. 140, 134. Oh, Mr. Ton Strong.
98.
Another request here for when the return of Steve West is coming to the Super Series. I can tell you it's not going to be too long. Not only at the Super Series, but returning to darts. He's playing some ADC darts now as well.
127.
And will also be at the WDF event in Wales coming up soon. But the 127 is where our attention lies at the moment for Mr. Ton Strong. Double 8 for another big ton finish.
Game shot in the third leg. Victor Tingstrom.
Maybe that's what you was regarding for Mr.
Full flag,
Tingstrom,
it's
the big
counter
finishers,
protest.
because that's his 7th.
Game on.
Average in excess of 102 is Tingstrom, and Crabtree, with his first max, puts his average up to above 93. He hasn't even had a dart at a double yet in this contest.
60.
However, only goes 4 into the 9.
100.
It was this time last week where we saw 2 9-darters in back-to-back matches. What a day that was.
100.
You could tell it was an exciting day because I had to calm Scott Mitchell down.
55.
Just another leg of darts. Well, he's pushing on here, is Tingstrom.
130.
Okay, he had a little bit of a wobble to get over the line against Warburton, but a 91 and 94 average today. He's averaging just under 102 here.
94.
This has been a marked improvement from the Swede. He may have to wait a leg longer to pick up the points.
100.
Tunley's on 104.
Cameo required 72.
And the way that he's been checking out Tun Plus finishes, Usain's Cam has to take this 72 out, but he's not going to get a dart. It's a slip the other side. And this would be a hat-trick of Tun Plus checkouts for Victor Tingstrom if he could finish off with the 104. And he's going to get a dart. A double 14 for a hat-trick of Ton Plus checkouts to get the better Cam Crabtree 4-0. It was a Ton Plus hitting blitz. Victor Tingstrom, Victor Tunstrom. 4-0. He beats Cam Crabtree. What an average. What a game. What a player Victor Tingstrom is. 4-0. He beats Shazam. And Shazam, he's gone. Coming up after the break, Wesley Plaisier against Ben Payne. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tuesday's just been another stroll in the park for that man there, Wesley Plaisier. 3 wins from 3 to kickstart his day. Every single match his average has been in and around the mid-90s. He is picking the opposition apart. Elsewhere, Victor Tingstrom's been the real big mover as far as Tuesday is concerned, winning each of his first 3 matches, and before the break, restricting Crabtree to not even a double, 101 average and a 4-0 success. 3-ton plus checkouts in there for Victor Tingstrom, who was just too strong. And this is how the table looks as a result. Wesley Plaisier 6 points clear at the top of the table. That will temporarily be 8 if he can beat Payne. Tingstrom now looking in a good position for Group B. Bolton and Crabtree will be scrapping it out to see who has the afternoon shift on Thursday and Friday respectively. Mike Warburton looks like he's going to be heading there on 4 as we head into our penultimate round of fixtures for the day, and it sees Wesley Plaisier in action against Payne. And you get the sense that Plaisier will be a big favourite. He is a massive favourite with the bookies. The odds compilers before this game began had Wesley as a 1 to 14 chance to go on and win this particular fixture. In betting terms, you need to put £14 on to get £1 back on him winning this particular fixture. That's how big a favourite he is for this game against Payne, who can just try and free roll, relax and see what happens. There's no expectations on his shoulders, so just go out and enjoy yourself.
Exactly that, and I do believe that people are probably looking into those alternative markets in this game as well.
101.
See a few people looking at the potential 4-0 here as well, which is available at 9 to 4. But Payne has shown us enough signs that you expect he's going to get an opportunity somewhere along the way. And what we know of his finishing and of his doubles, tends to take those out, but he's going to have to get his scoring boots on here to live with Wesley, who today so far his worst average has been a 94.44.
81.
He's almost stepping it up from yesterday's daily average, and in that he had 100 and 111.
140.
Yesterday there was brilliance, today there is consistent brilliance.
Well, the thing is, you look at Plaisier's averages today. There's sometimes we have sessions here, we don't even have one that mirrors anywhere near what Wesley's been doing today. Not even one that mirrors his worst average of the day.
140, Wesley.
And you know what? You fully expect this 103 to go. There's just an air of expectation about everything he does, but he's unable to fire in on this occasion. And so Payne will come back for the 1-3-2 to break a lead 1-0. Another one of them. Oh, he fancied it for a second. He got a bit excited for a second. As did we.
76. Wesley McCoy, 48.
Double 16, and that's really close to the wire. That could help. It did help. He bumped it off the barrel, and he leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on. $121.
I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to put it now. If Wesley Plaisier wins this week, of which he's got a very good chance of doing
100.
so, he surely automatically then becomes a favourite to win Champions Week.
Oh, absolutely.
100.
Absolutely. It was the same when Andreas Harrison won it, wasn't he? He was in form the week he won, and you said that could be the guy to beat. And you kind of feel we're getting a repeat here with Wesley.
And look, I don't want to do comparison to comparison here because I think that's a very dangerous game to play. However, what you can see is a very similar pattern as to how Wesley's beginning to dominate here, as opposed to the way that Luke Littler was beginning to dominate during his time here at the Super Series. Because it just feels like he's a step above the opposition.
40.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
96.
For moments like these.
78.
I think we get more surprised when Wesley misses now rather than when he's hitting.
And for a moment, it looked like Ben was going to punish.
66. Wesley require 18.
So, double 9.
Game shot on the second.
Gets there in the
leg.
end.
Wesley Plaisier.
Moves into a 2-0 lead. Plain rubbish. 93 average.
Third leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on.
He was on for an 11 darter there, wasn't he, Wesley Plaisier? And he just makes it look so comfortable.
I just wonder what the players who are playing later on this week think about these performances on Wesley.
I think they'll probably be quite happy with it, because if he carries on like this, he'll be out of the way until Saturday, and they can battle it out on Thursday and Friday. I don't think anyone's going to want to be taking him on in a Group B campaign.
And in fairness, the last time Wesley was here,
91.
it took a very special performance to stop him. It was in Series 4, Week 11.
81.
And he lost out to an inspired display from Patrick van den Boogaard, averaging just under 102 in that match, 40% on the doubles, to pick apart Plaisier. But I think it's fair to say that Wesley is a much better player now than he was 12 months ago. Well, he's proving it here.
53.
And he's going to leave himself on tops for a 3-0 lead if Ben Payne cannot take out the 120. Tops. Just below. Just below. Wasn't far away.
40.
To continue the procession. Double 10. This has been the only double really where he's had some troubles. But even then he works his magic once more. Plaisier 3, Payne 0. And he's even got time for a joke. Actually, interestingly, Ben Payne's got up until that visit had the higher average.
I think it's always really going to be the case, though, when you're looking at Wesley Plaisier having those extra darts at double and using the third dart to take it out. He's had 9 darts at the double as opposed to Ben's 1.
123.
So Ben's average is fully a scoring average.
His one dart he had was at tops on the back of the 120 combo.
60.
What Ben is doing, though, is he's giving us his best performance so far this week in regards to the scoring side of the game. It's just
58.
It's taking on Wesley Plaisier. 83-50, the best performance we've seen so far for Ben Payne. That was in game number 5 yesterday when he actually picked up the victory against Victor Tingstrom.
$45.
What a happy camper is Ben Payne. I'll tell you what, this is a bit wayward from Wesley.
71.
Recovers with the last one. And in matter of fact, so far this week, we've only seen Wesley average below 90 once. That was in his first game against Victor Tingstrom.
55. Wesley requires
He's averaging 90.68 here. Does he go for the ball? He does! And he wasn't far away.
34.
Well, this is for a 9th win from 9 games. Double 8. And Plaisier continues his procession.
Wesley Plaisier.
9 games played, 9 victories to his name. A 4-0 win against Ben Payne. That was one of his worst performances. And he still averaged 89. He is making this look incredibly easy. 4-0 to Plaisier. Next up, Bolton Tingstrom.
sucker punch that is.
I just went full joy there, saying, hold on.
And taken superbly by Mitchell.
Absolutely wonderful finish.
Gonna get a dart of the bull. Gets the bull. And the 1-2-7 again. The bullseye. The 1-2-7 again to level up at one apiece.
Absolutely beautiful. No trouble at all. Freedom.
But he pins it. He fires it. Yeah, Double Trouble 2 will be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which is glistening on this Tuesday morning. The start date you need is Monday, September the 2nd, straight after Champions Night. We will kick off Double Trouble 2, and Neil Duff, who's hoping to be the series champion by that point, will be looking to defend that title. And he is going to be a player that's going to be very hard to beat, not just at the Champions League, but in that format as well. And you look at that lineup from top to toe, and I got to say, I really like the look of who's in Group B. Scott Taylor, Adam Lipscomb, two players who I rate very highly. Scott, a player who I thought could have gone and got his tour card this year, won a series this year. Adam Lipscomb is improving all the time.
It's going to be a very, very good week, and I love the concept of the double start as well. It'll be a very, very intriguing watch, and I'm sure Neil Duff will be probably looking at buying a house down here by the end of that. He'll be here that much in Portsmouth. But what a great start to the game here for Andy Bolton, who will be very well aware of the performance that Tingstrom put in the last game. Averaged 101.90. His best performance of the week so far, significantly best performance. But he's had a good day so far today, Tingstrom. 91, 94 and 101, the three performances, and that with quite a few missed darts at doubles. If you think about those first two matches, it took him 30 darts to complete his 8 legs. So it could have been even higher.
I'm going to open up a little can of worms here, Matt. Because I think these are two players, particularly Andy Bolton, that could be a little bit hard done by that they didn't get given the invite. Because there's going to be players when you have weeks like this where it's open for invitation. We have it with the Premier League every year. There's always going to be a couple of disappointed people. And I reckon Andy might be one of them.
140.
In fact, you could easily have 3 players in this group of Plaisier, Bolton and Crabtree who would be magnificent in that. In fact, this group play could easily be a double trouble week.
44.
Double 16. 1-0 Bolton, 14 darter, just business as usual from the Scot.
Second leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game.
Tell you what, I'm going to throw this question out to you guys in the YouTube chat room. Which players would you like to, eligible of course, would you like to see at a specials week here at the Live Lounge going forward? Do send in your suggestions. Keep them serious. Be interesting to hear your feedback at home as well. I love it when it comes to things like this because I just like creating talking points, and there's just, I love it when it comes to things like this because there's so many players you could think of.
Well, we've got one answer here already, and that says there was a guy who once went onto the World Championship stage and had a checkout percentage of 75% in the opening game, which was joint record of the first round until it was beaten a couple of days later by Michael Smith. That was from M. Edgar. Thank you, M. Edgar, for your feedback. I think I know the guy you're on about. 75%, eh? Oh.
100.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't play here. Mind you, didn't he play that Darius guy? He's quite good, isn't he?
Don't know.
123, and he record 161.
161 for Bolton for the break-in 2-0. Triple 17. No, decides to stay there. Victor's not on a finish. Sensible play.
129.
Needs himself 32 after 12. He had a 14 darter in the previous. He could better that by having a 13 darter here. The average is just under 112.
82, and he required 32. No score. Victory require 122.
We'll stay there because the treble will leave the bullseye. And the king of the ton toppers isn't going to add a
54.
fifth to the
And he
collection
required
today.
32. Game shot in the second.
Bolton mops up this time.
Andy Bolton.
2-0 lead, 100.2 the average.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $60.
So I've got a couple of suggestions for you already, Henry. Luke would like to see Daniel
100.
Asbury. Kieran would like to see Zach Griffiths. Moreno Blom. Dennis Nielsen. Oscar Lukasiak.
80.
All boxed up, says M. Edgar, trumpet and blowing. But I didn't mention the 170 I did against Gary Anderson, did I? Dingle goes Robin Van Persie. I believe he's
100.
played a bit of darts, actually, hasn't he?
Yeah, him and Rafael van der Vaart.
Yeah, was it a Danish Open?
Yes. Maybe that's the... Maybe we can get them for the next celebrity event.
174.
Well, I think Robin's a bit busy at the minute, managing Feyenoord. Whichever Dutch club he's just taken over. But this is an immaculate display from Andy Bolton. 174, the latest big score. Tingstrom's first to finish in this leg, but you'd expect Bolton to leave it handier from here. And handier he will.
37. Victor
He's himself 50 after 12. The bullseye to add the 161 to his ever-growing collection of big finishes. And that's the biggest of the lot. From nowhere, Tingstrom finds a pile driver of a finish.
Andy Bolton did do absolutely nothing wrong there, but he seems to have got his throw broken somehow. A 12 darter from Tingstrom.
4 out of Tingstrom's last 5 legs have been won with ton plus checkouts.
95.
He has had 5 ton plus checkouts a day. He had 5 ton plus finishes yesterday.
140.
We're going to have to begin to get to the point where you wonder where the record for most ton plus checkouts in a week is, because, let's be honest, he's not going to win this group.
140.
So he's going to get another couple of days. I don't mean it that harshly, mind.
Does that mean you're
82.
essentially awarding the group to Wesley Plaisier already?
Yes. He would have to have a monumental collapse to lose this group from this position.
96.
And to be fair, it's a group that he's won, because you look at what the opponents are putting against him. They've actually raised their level against Wesley. But Wesley's just found something more.
94.
And what's also
And
worked
it
in his
required
favour is the fact that
170.
because it's such an evenly matched group, people are picking points up against one another. It's not exactly something that the opposition have done wrong. It's just the fact that Wesley has grasped the
94.
opportunity
Victor
for all it's
required
worth.
100.
And has an unmarked record so far.
This could be another one.
$60. And he requires 76.
For a 3-1 lead, Bolton looks at tops. Bolton
Game
gets
shot on the
tops.
fourth leg.
3-1 it
Andy
is. It just
Bolton.
gives itself a bit of a G up. Averaging just under 103.
It's Andy to throw
50% on the doubles. And every single leg has been won in good range 14, 16, 15, and Bolton has the darts to win this match.
96. $180.
9 ton-plus finishes. 14 180s for Victor Tingstrom.
60.
In regards to those power boxers, that is some of the very best we see here at the Super Series. It just so happens to be on a week he's in with some of the very best.
45.
Thing is, when we walked through this door a couple of years ago, and we did the first full day together in comms, me and you. This was
61.
what we wanted. This was what we were expecting. The best of the best, jousting it out, giving us duels like this. This group really has been
100.
the Modus Super Series at its absolute peak. The best players, without a tour card, going hammer and tongs at each other, throwing kitchen sinks at one another, and hitting
180.
haymakers at one another. This has been absolutely incredible from all 6 players.
140.
Tingstrom
And
leaves
he
a double
required
after 12. He
104.
may not even get a go, because this is for the match. 84 left. And Tingstrom is going to get an opportunity to bring this
88.
game back to 3-2.
Required 36.
It's only a second dart and a double in this match. He's
Game
2 for
shot
2
on
in
fifth
the
leg.
doubles.
Victor
13
Tingstrom.
darter, back to 3-2. Tingstrom gets the break and now has the darts to send us the
Sivert is
distance.
Victor to throw first. Game on.
Really has stepped his levels up, hasn't he, Victor Tingstrom? He does have one more game to go today, does Victor Tingstrom, and that will be against Plaisier. A game that went the distance
100.
yesterday. In a game where Tingstrom wasn't playing to the levels he is today. I mean, Andy Bolton's averaging 101 here.
60.
Tingstrom is hanging in.
Your best is just not good enough in this group. And I think the key thing as well is, yes, they're delivering us with brilliance, this group.
100.
But some of the timing of things has been absolutely exemplary. This could be back-to-back 180s. It is back-to-back 180s.
180.
He leaves 41 after 9 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And there is nothing that Andy Bolton can do about it.
40. Victor required 41.
Two 12s
29.
is going to return. Both players here averaging in excess of a ton. Bolton 101.44, Tingstrom 100.2. And we could well be at the hill point. If Tingstrom can take out this double 6, he will go to a 7 for deciding
99.
leg.
Victor, you require 12. Six.
That's where the problems tend to
And
be
he
for
require
Tingstrom when it's
102.
those 3 darts in hand. But can Andy Bolton use the 3 darts in his hand to cause a big problem?
Yes, he
Game
can.
shot and the
Boom was the cry from Andy Bolton. Because that was a hard-fought win in a hard-fought contest. Both players gave their absolute everything in that match. Tingstrom had his opportunities to win it, but it is Bolton who gets over the line with an average in excess of 101. Victor Tingstrom averaging 96, but on the wrong end of the scoreline. Well, that was a quality contest. And I think we've got another one to come after the break, because we're going to see Mike Warburton and Cam Crabtree, two of the top contenders on this stage, joust it out.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like that. Only needs the one. And there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, if you enjoy good darts, then you are in the perfect place on this Tuesday afternoon, because the Modus Super Series has well and truly delivered. And we had a corker of a contest before the break. Andy Bolton getting the better of Victor Tingstrom by 4 legs to 2. Bolton with an average of 101, winning the game with a 102 checkout. Tingstrom with what is our highest checkout of the week so far, the 161. Average 96, and it still wasn't enough to win that particular contest. But what we're going to see here for Mike Warburton and Cam Crabtree, or as we refer to them by their Christian names, Michael Warburton and Cameron Crabtree. Our 12th game of the day. We really have whizzed by. It's been a session full of excellence, stupendous excellence. And do you know what?
Mike to throw first.
I'm having a look at the fixtures that are to come, Matt. Warburton, Crabtree here. Tingstrom against Plaisier. I still get the feeling that the best is yet to come.
Yeah, I think we've still got plenty still to go today. Plenty more quality, and we're kicking off with quality here. Bolton firing in a big maximum with the first 3 darts. This could be
60.
A game that really puts Crabtree in danger in regards to those top positions.
Well, Crabtree begins this game on 8 points, but took a couple behind Bolton. But the big issue for Cam is the legs difference. -3 compared to the +3 of Bolton in third.
140.
So not just does Crabtree need to win this game, he needs another, somewhere along the line, a big win. He does have Bolton in the last game. So it's in one of those crossroads scenarios where it could either be the perfect day for Cam, towards the end where he wins a couple of matches, he's bang in contention, but it could go the reverse. If he loses his game to Warburton and he gets beaten by Bolton, he's in big trouble. And I mean big trouble. 2 12s. Sixers.
69.
But Crabtree's not in a position to punish here.
$140.
So 12 after 12 for Warburton.
No score.
Wow. The scoring phase was brilliant from Warburton, but he's been unable to check out, and Crabtree could land an almighty haymaker.
You sense he needs a spark.
70.
And the 102 may have just been the
12.
little flame that could have flickered the fire. But Warburton now passing opportunities by up until that point. Dart 6 at a double, at double 6 is found. He leads 1-0. Work for that man to do.
Game up.
He's wearing blue and he'll be feeling blue right now.
$121. $134. $96.
Then we've got a very interesting end to the day, not just in regards to what we expect to see, but the way the fixtures break down. Tingstrom, who's been probably the performer of the day in regards to consistency outside of Plaisier, takes on Plaisier with an opportunity there to maybe give Wesley his first defeat. Warburton could bring himself into play if he's able to beat Crabtree here. He's got Ben Payne next, who's bottom of the table. He could put himself back into Group B discussions, could Warburton. And then Crabtree and Andy Bolton. 2 players that are sort of separated at the moment only by 2 points in regards to the conversation of what group they go into. So maybe we're going to see a bit of shaping
65.
in regards to the rest of the table. Because I think the conversation for the best may be done.
56.
This would be so typical of Mike Warburton's week if this goes, because he has played great stuff over the course of 2 days, but he has been forever punished. Forever punished!
77. Mike, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
2-0 Warburton. Good performance this.
The leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game up.
I don't think you need to body coach to understand the thoughts and feelings of Cam Crabtree at this present moment in time. But Warburton plays the game with this real high energy, this real high intensity. And sometimes when things don't go right, and you're a player that plays with that air and that edge, you can feel very solemn very quickly. But credit to Mike Warburton. He keeps plugging away. But these are the numbers his opponents are punching in today. 91 for Bolton against him. Followed by 94 from Tingstrom against him. Followed by 95 by Plaisier against him. He must be thinking at some point, surely if I just keep playing at this level, I will find something. And if he could see a stat screen, which he can't, he'd be thinking, what on earth's going on now? Because my opponent's averaging 102. And it was obviously the player as well, on the receiving end of the 111 from Plaisier. He must have felt like he broke a mirror by stepping under a ladder right now.
60.
You do, you become very aware that players are playing well against you, and essentially in this leg, Cam Crabtree's getting himself back into the game.
60.
Oh, he's landed that one beautifully on top of the darts and would have expected to get a treble, and he somehow changed the angle of the dart and found himself in the single again. So Warburton, a little bit of hope.
Cam, you require 56.
But this to instantly break back.
Game shot in the third leg. Cam Crabtree.
Doesn't look like a guy who's just broke back though, does he? Sort of
Fourth leg, it's
slumping
Cam
his
to
way
third
down the
first.
hockey there with the shoulders a bit slumpy, shall we say. Not quite what we see when he's walking onto the stage at the start of the day with the shoulders back, the chest out, the head held high. Maybe the confidence just been sucked out of Cam a little bit throughout the day.
He looks like a kid that's come home from school and been told his goldfish has died.
100. $60.
But we have seen these days from Cam in the past, admittedly very rarely. But one thing we have seen from him is a real
140.
power of recovery, that one day doesn't dictate the tempo of a week with Crabtree. Which
54.
I've said this before about Cam when I've been on commentary of his matches. I think the one thing we never ever talk about, or hardly ever talk about, when he's actually physically playing is his age. And that's because he's got a maturity way beyond his years. And I think lesser players that are even older than him, with a day like today, would probably crumble going into tomorrow. But you expect him to bounce back. And I think that's a big compliment you can pay to him.
98.
Expect to see him come away here from the treble 20.
139.
Looks down onto the 19s again. Some people may use the ball on that occasion to guarantee the two-darter, because 62, although it doesn't seem a lot, again, it's one of those shots that can easily become a three-dart combination if you don't get the first dart right. He doesn't. That was a dart at the treble 10 there for Mike Warburton, so 17 left to recover the situation. Double 8 to put himself a leg away and get another breaker throw. The last 3 legs have all been breaks to throw, and that means that Warburton is just a leg away from 2 valuable points.
Game on.
Did you see what Mike Warburton did there? Won that leg, walked straight back down the hockey, had a little look eyeball to eyeball with Cam, then stepped back right on the line of the exclusion zone just to say, right, now I'm phone for the match.
That's where I think it's the best time to break the throw, because you command the hockey, you command the stage.
60. $100.
It's been a good quality contest in terms of the numbers. But I feel like what's been the most intriguing factor of this match has been to watch the mannerisms of both players. Because there couldn't be a bigger contrast.
100. $100.
It's a leg where the damage has kind of already been done by Crabtree in the scoring phase. It feels like he's throwing first from this situation.
140.
Drives home that advantage there with a 2 treble visit.
$60. Cammy requires 76.
Continue the streak of breaks. It'd be 4 in a row. 2 8s. 3-2. Great leg from Crabtree. And he now has the darts to send us all the way to a deciding leg. And now he looks down the hockey. And now he looks at Warby in the eyes. This is an intense battle.
When you say there, the streak of breaks
97.
continuing, but one thing Brock Lesnar taught us at WrestleMania when he defeated The Undertaker is all streaks can be broken. And Cam Crabtree will be looking to break the streak of this leg.
100.
The numbers aren't the best we've seen today in a match, and they're still good. But what has made this an enthralling watch has been looking at these two players. But Crabtree here looks like he's making just a bit of a push.
100.
There would have been a point in this contest where the alarm bells would have really began to have rang.
99.
But he's beginning just to find something from somewhere which a couple of legs ago didn't look likely. In fact, now has a 10-point lead over Warburton in the averages. And now his 6 starts to take us all the way. Bull doesn't have to go 25 Bull. Could go treble 17, double 12. Double 12, 412, which would have taken us all the way.
$83. Cam, you require 24. Game shot on the sick flag.
For the first time in 4 legs, we've got a hold, a throw. It's gone the way of Crabtree. Now it goes back to Warburton. Can he hold his throw and pick up what would be his first win of the day, despite the standard that he's been playing at? Just been unable to record a win.
140.
But maybe unable to record a win until now, because a strong, solid start there for Warburton. Just what he'd have wanted. But he wouldn't have wanted to have turned around and see Cam Crabtree filling it up.
Mike Warburton must feel that whatever I do in this group, it just does not feel good enough.
60.
And was that the straw that broke Warby's back?
You can see the reaction all over his face. He knows how important that is. Crabtree just needs one big power treble.
48.
And he returns a favour in kind.
The initiative handed back. Maybe the first time today that Warburton's actually been given a second chance. Missed match darts
59.
against Wesley Plaisier in the previous match.
Multiple match darts. That was 4 darts he could have give against Wesley to get that first victory. But Crabtree first to the finish.
Well, this is the third time in successive matches where Mike Warburton's gone the distance, and it looks like for a third time in consecutive matches, he's going to be on the wrong end of the scoreline. Because Crabtree here has found a purple patch from the depths of despair and now looks on the cusp of picking up 2 vital points.
79.
Warburton looked over to the board after he took his darts out, probably just to see where Crabtree was. Probably wasn't paying too much attention until this point, and he'd been quite discouraged by what he saw, because he's going to have to dodge match darts here.
100. Jeremy requires 60.
He's found a real purple patch at the perfect time, and he now has a couple of darts at tops to seal a 4-3 success.
40.
But he has spurned the chance. He's spurned the opportunity.
82.
Warburton back for 82. Went bullseye first. Gets 1 dart at tops.
42.
And now he's missed match darts in this game.
20.
Crabtree reprieved. Warburton looks up at the heavens. He feels like he has missed his chance. But can Cam capitalise? Yes is the answer. A real spell towards the finish for Cam Crabtree. Seals a 4-3 win against Mike Warburton. The average moved up to 95.51 in the end. Mike Warburton nearly forgetting to shake the referee's hand. frustration there. Then he realised and then came back and said thank you to Owen Binks. But Cam will say thank you very much for the points. A real spurt towards the end after what was a quiet mid-match spell. That the tail of the tape from that particular fixture. We're going to take a short break, and I think this could be game of the day. Whatever you're doing, don't do it. Tune into the darts, tune into Victor Tingstrom and Wesley Plaisier, because this will be a lunchtime treat.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scapie. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've had a terrific Tuesday of tungsten here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we've seen. It has been dramatic, it's been amazing, it's been magnificent. I'm going to need a thesaurus to describe all of the words to give this session justice. Well, those are the results from our 12 games so far. Let's have a look at the table then, because it sees Wesley Plaisier, well, he is away, really is away with it. He could be 10 points clear of Victor Tingstrom if he wins this next match. He's guaranteed at the absolute minimum today to be 8 points clear at the top of the group. And that's because Bolton and Crabtree go toe-to-toe in the final match of the session. And so Plaisier, he must be sensing he's almost there now, surely. 8 points clear, 19 legs clear as well in the legs difference. He has made what we thought was the best qualifying group ever basically look like a stroll in the park.
I think this is going to be a big challenge for him, though, here against Tingstrom. Tingstrom has been very, very good today and nearly beat Plaisier yesterday in the opening game. Question marks over this one. Tingstrom to lay down the challenge, but every time we've asked a question, every time someone's laid down the challenge, every sometimes put it up against Wesley, he has come up with something bigger.
First leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
How important could that be? Well, Owen Binks, our referee, has just said Victor to throw first. Could that be a deciding factor in about 10 minutes' time?
140.
Victor's improvement from day 1 and day 2 meets absolutely no bounds. His numbers for yesterday were 83.4, 34% when it came to the doubling. So far today, he's had a 91 against Ben Payne. That was followed up by a 94. That's despite missing some doubles as well in there, has to be said.
96.
But his last performances, 101, 4 from 5, 3 ton plus checkouts against Cam
140.
Crabtree. And then a 96.92 in a defeat to Andy Bolton, who averaged 101.38.
133.
He's been playing like Plaisier today, as Tingstrom.
Yeah, he's been up to the level, he's been up to the standard, and that's why I say this is going to be a very
101.
intriguing watch. And
Picture record 132.
Tingstrom first to a finish, not the better finish, but unable to keep the finish alive.
56. Wesley Plaisier 100.
Pretty much the only thing he hasn't done this week is reeling the big fish. He may do here. Doesn't go.
45.
But he fancied it when that dart left the hand, trust me.
Tingstrom breathes again. 2 darts.
Game show on the
That's
first.
all he needs. 15
Victor
darts,
Tingstrom.
solid holder throw to break that. Wesley is going to need to do a
Second leg is
12,
Wesley
and to
to throw
do that
third.
you need
Okay.
either a maximum or a big, big finish, which we nearly got. On the back end of the 170 combination.
134. $60.
Well, against Wesley, if you get a whiff of an opportunity, you have to take it. And Tingstrom has struck.
100.
Looking to fill it up again.
180.
17 maximums. And this is game number 10.
59.
That is an incredible return.
We know we said there was a possibility this could be the game of the day. And I know it's still early in the contest. I
94.
get that. But Tingstrom's averaging 104. Plaisier 109. He gave us the 111 yesterday. And he could be giving us a similar performance here.
180. Victor record 167.
But do not discredit or discount this. Okay, you can now.
59. Wesley required 28.
After 12 darts, throwing out a
Game
double.
shot on the second
This is a
leg.
recorded message
Wesley
when
Plaisier.
Wesley Plaisier is playing. But I'll tell you what.
The leg, it's Victor.
Remember a
to throw
feature we
first.
used to do? We used to do Game of the Day, didn't we? Imagine trying to pick that today. I mean, statistically, if this continues, it would be quite easy just looking at the numbers you can see on the screen, but there's been so many good battles today.
So usually it's at this point of the day where I encourage you to watch our
134.
highlights package, but to be perfectly honest with you, I just rewatched this whole session again. Game for game, dart for dart.
60.
Well, that's how Henry will be spending his evening tonight.
I feel sorry for our poor
45.
editor who's got to pick the best moments out from today.
I think it's going to be an extended highlight package. And we're still adding.
180.
Well, Tingstrom took the 161 out in the previous match against Andy Bolton. And we saw a similar game here last year, didn't we,
96.
between Scott Taylor
record
and Daryl
161.
Pilgrim. Pilgrim averaged 118 and lost. And that was because the player who was averaging around a ton was able to be steady enough on throw. That was what Scott Taylor did.
53.
And Victor Tingstrom's doing something similar here. Plaisier's average calmed down to 110 now. But Tingstrom is doing what he has to do on throw at this present moment in time, which was something that you mentioned at the beginning of this
56.
contest.
Victor record 108.
Could be the big deciding factor. Where can Wesley find a chance to get the break?
76.
It was a 170
Wesley
opportunity for
require
Wesley in leg number
107.
1 to get the break. It's the same equation. He's not going to get close to it on this situation.
105.
So Victor
Victor
Tingstrom
require 32.
to stay solid on throw.
2-8s, and he cannot afford to pass
Game
up any
shot the third
mistakes,
leg.
and he will not make a
Victor
mistake
Tingstrom.
there. 2-1 Tingstrom.
Full flag against Wesley
95
to
plays
throw first.
105.
Game. 180.
Fourth maximum of the game, split 2 apiece. Going into leg number 4. This game delivering on all expectations.
59.
Sometimes you can look at a game and we'll look at it and go, well, this could deliver. But the players will think that as well, and sometimes it doesn't translate
54.
the same when they get onto the stage. Well, this one, I'd say potentially exceeding expectation.
This has been an absolute delight to watch.
180.
We're in leg 4 and we've seen 5 maximums.
119.
Wesley Plaisier is averaging 108 and in a couple of moments' time could be 3-1 down and have the darts against him to lose the contest.
133. Wesley record 148.
The 148 doesn't go, and this is in Tingstrom territory, the 129. He's at a 120, a 127 in the 120 region of the ton plus checkout ratios this week. He was looking for double 18, double 18 there.
Wesley record 52.
Plaisier gets a reprieve, and he's needed it. Double 16 for 2-2. Double 8, big dart. Big miss.
44.
Tingstrom's got 3 in his hand at double 18 for the break in 3-1.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
No mistake.
Victor Tingstrom.
And Victor Tingstrom here is a leg away from becoming the first player
5th flag against Victor
to inflict defeat on Wesley Plaisier.
Just looking at Wesley there, you almost feel like he knows he's up against it here. He's hit Tingstrom with everything he's got in his arsenal, but Tingstrom has stood strong. Can Wesley continue to fire and try and break down the walls?
35.
Well, this has been an absorbing watch. It's been a contest which really you don't want to see end. It may not be ending anytime soon.
6 180s between the pair. This is just a big power hitting game. Tingstrom doing his part. He's left to finish after 9. Plaisier will be on a better one after 9.
99. Victor require 161.
He's taken this already today. This one in context would be bigger.
Bullseye!
120.
He fancied it. He really did fancy it.
87.
He's had a dart to beat Wesley Plaisier, and now the Dutchman comes back. This would be royal punishment if he finds double 18, and now double 9. Back to 3-2. It's a 12 darter, and this thrilling, absorbing crunch contest continues.
Wesley to throw first. Game on.
And suddenly the trajectory changes because Wesley's got the darts here to send us the distance. And I just wonder whether that missed dart of the bullseye may play on Victor's mind.
He's still got plenty of time. And that's what he's got to remember. Don't panic. He'll have the throw if it goes to the last leg.
100.
And we said that Tingstrom was playing at a level where he would have to find something Wesley in 4 visits, and he did in 12 darts there. And just look at the numbers. Both players comfortably over the 100 mark, providing an absolute Super Series Group A classic.
95.
These games don't come around too often here, so when they do, you have to enjoy them.
171. $98. Wesley record 130.
Wesley Plaisier is averaging just under 110, and this 132 is just to take us to a last leg decider. He has got time.
92.
Leaves himself tops after 12 to take us the distance.
We know when Wesley's on tops. We've seen the answer on many occasions, and more often than not,
58.
it
Wesley
goes.
record 40.
Double 10. 2 5s.
Game shot
And we go all the way
Wesley Plaisier.
in this incredible match. A game which has given us 6 180s. Big hitting.
Game on.
Decent finishing. 11 minutes of sheer brilliance will come to its crescendo here. $140.
Big hit for Victor. Asked the question of Wesley.
81.
A big last start just to keep Wesley interested. Keep Tingstrom on notice.
Got to get credit to Victor here because he missed the dart, didn't he, to win this game 4-1. And then he saw Plaisier rally back. But he has held it together here in this crucial leg. And how crucial could that bout out be? Tingstrom has 6 starts to become the first player to depose a Plaisier in this group. It's going to be 99 for Tingstrom. And Plaisier has 99 problems here.
42.
He's averaged 103.88 in this match, and he could be about to lose it. If Tingstrom could have found tops.
59.
He's got time. He's got the luxury. Leaves tops after 12. Plaisier needs to see Tingstrom miss to give himself an opportunity. He's in striking range.
Tops for Tingstrom.
Game shot.
And Victor is the victor in a Super Series Classic. He's the first player to beat Wesley Plaisier at the Live Lounge. And look how happy he is about it. Plaisier, who averaged in excess of 105, but it still wasn't good enough. Victor Tingstrom, 101.5, 4 for 9 on the doubles. He missed the ball for the 161 to win it earlier on. Plaisier came charging back, but Tingstrom is the one that crosses the finishing tape. 2 more games to go. Ben Payne and Mike Warburton are going to try and follow that.
shot and the match glory. You require 40. His shot and the match this one down.
I mean, that is really an experience like no other, and you can experience it here at the Live Lounge. The email address again for you is superseries@modusports.com. And that arena that you can see there, that could be filled with you and your corporate clients for a great day's worth of Tungsten entertainment, full production, the full glitz and glamour of the stage. You can almost feel like you can be a Super Series player. And who knows? If you're good enough and you play one of those events, we may even give you a little bit of a call up for a future series. Who knows? But that's a great initiative for particularly local businesses or businesses that want to have an event with colleagues in the middle of a year or something like that. So do get in contact with us. Well, before the break, we saw one of the best games we've ever seen on that Super Series stage. Victor Tingstrom 4, Wesley Plaisier 3, but that's not even the story of the game. Tingstrom 101.5 average, 4 from 9 on his doubles. Wesley Plaisier losing despite averaging 105.03. It's Plaisier's first defeat in this Group A. Ben Payne and Mike Warburton round off their days here.
There was this fixture yesterday that Ben Payne got the victory, and not against Warburton, but the timing of it. Fixture number 5. And he produced his best performance
55
of the week in that, when he did beat Victor Tingstrom, who we've just seen go on an almighty run today. For Warburton, he's in the same camp as Ben Payne. He's yet to pick a victory today. He has been playing significantly better, but always running into something.
100.
Well, Mike Warburton has been hit everywhere he's gone today.
100.
I mean, before the previous game against Crabtree, he must have felt like he was in such a good position before Cam found a purple patch. He's probably the only Welshman that's feeling lower than Vaughan Geffin right now.
$137. And you record 112.
112 for Payne. To heap the pain on Warby. Double 16. Oh, magnificent. Beautiful from Ben Payne. A 112 to lead 1-0. And Mike Warburton has been hit by another sucker punch.
That the first Tumplers checkout of the campaign for Ben Payne. And it just so happened to be against Warburton, just like everything else has been so far. And he's not starting this one very well, is he? Mike Warburton, maybe the blow's starting to land.
85.
There's a lot of players that say, oh, I was unlucky with what happened against me. Oh, I was unlucky with what the opponents have done. To be fair, today Warby can feel that way. But what is it like when you're in that scenario, Matt? And it feels like no matter what you do, your opponent just seems to find something more.
Yeah, it's frustrating, absolutely. And there becomes a point where you just believe everything's going to happen against you, and then you sort of pressurise your own shots a little bit more.
100.
Warburton needs to get this victory on the board for his own clarity of thought.
41.
and to give him some form of hope that he could still get into a Group B campaign.
41.
It's not quite working for him though at the moment, Warburton. And just like yesterday against Tingstrom, Ben Payne could probably sense the opportunity.
140.
If a player was allowed a tactical timeout, you know, like in NFL when a coach can put a yellow flag up, I think right here, right now, Warburton would like to play that card.
52. And you require 150.
Because he feels like a man who's finally feeling the effects of
60.
all the punches that have landed against him. And I don't want to say it again, but Ben Payne's putting his best performance this weekend against Warby. This is for 2-0. Races the other side. Warburton gets a chance.
66.
He's missed a big number and missed it by quite some distance. That is a long, long way off there for Warburton.
No score.
But gets a reprieve.
Like to require 40.
He's thrown 21 darts to get down to a finish here, Mike Warburton. But he only needs one on the outer ring.
Mike Warburton.
Is that going to be the moment that sparks him into life here? He says thank you, I think, there to Ben Payne, who had him beat in that leg, but wasn't able to cash in the chance.
99.
How do you think Ben Payne will leave today, or is that entirely dependent on the result of this one?
I don't think it really is going to affect Ben Payne too much in regards to the results. I think he's enjoying his time up there and he'll take everything he can get.
40.
But it's just not happening here for Warburton. In this short format game, it can very soon turn into panic. You don't have too long to start firing in your best.
You know the film Men in Black, Matt?
100.
Yes.
You know in that film you've got that pen which erases memories.
Oh, I wish I had a few of those.
I think Mike Warburton wouldn't mind that pen being flashed in his face right now. Just forget about what happened today.
41.
It's just these flyer darts that are the concern, isn't it? Those low ones, the big miss on the big 16.
73.
Well, that worked out okay. Left him on a finish. Warburton a long way back again. Getting a little bit desperate now.
167.
The thing is, in a lot of these games, you can't see who has an opportunity. He's had match starts against Crabtree, match starts against Plaisier. Took Tingstrom to a last leg.
The odds compilers not giving up yet. They still rate Mike Warburton as the odds-on favourite to win this, despite the fact he's averaging 70.
And I don't think we've ever said that about Mike Warburton here. I know he's had a couple of off games, but he's never been that off. And I just think what's happened today has just really hit him.
60. Then you require 52.
It's Tots of Payne to inflict more pain on Warby.
12.
Well, we saw the frustration of Mike Warburton after the last game, didn't we? He sort of stormed off from the stage. And that is just lagging over into this performance so far. Didn't leave himself handy, though.
96. Then you require 40.
Tots of Payne for 2-1.
Game shot on the third.
He's halfway towards the win here. And I can imagine also it must be really difficult for Warby because think about the dynamic of that practice room. There's a lot of big and Warby's one of them, of course, as well. But there's a lot of big characters that will probably let you know about how they're playing. So Wesley will be letting you know that he's
100.
playing well. Cam's going to let you know when he's playing well. Andy's just dandy Bolton. He just sits there and holds court with everybody.
41.
And I think Victor will be very happy with what he's done today. He's probably exuding that kind of confidence. And so, when you're Mike Warburton and things ain't quite happening and you're seeing everybody else springing around the practice room as if they're kangaroos
100.
skipping along the sand, then I can imagine that dynamic could be difficult as well.
66.
Starting to find a treble in this leg with each visit. And that could be the start of the foundation of the building blocks for Warburton to try and save something for his group campaign here. Ben Payne will take every opportunity that he's been given and
50.
certainly on the outer ring a key strength. And Warburton's got to keep him away from the finishers, because Ben Payne is dangerous when he gets down.
99.
But significant improvement there from Mike Warburton in this leg. Completely outscoring Ben Payne and leaves himself handy after 12. But we do see this from Ben
25.
Payne sometimes, where against the
requires
darts he offers
62.
nothing. And then when it comes back to his throw, it's as if he's had that Men in Black pen that you was talking about, and he can just start firing in the trebles again.
46.
And I think it goes back to that
59.
thing we were talking about earlier, just that
Mike requires
difference
60.
between probably the level that he plays at by and large, but to the levels that you need to attain here. But again, I say it again, these are just lessons learned for Ben Payne.
Game shot
He
the
doesn't
fourth
lose
leg.
anything this
Mike
week.
Warburton.
If anything, all he gains is credit, all he gains is experience, and to know what it's like to truly compete at the highest level.
$55.
Although I have to say, it's felt like a little bit of a come down after what we saw before.
I think it always was going to be, wasn't it? That was an almighty classic that we just had with Tingstrom and Plaisier.
59.
But you feel like this is the one where Warburton would have to try and break the throw if he's to take full control of this game.
41.
Ben Payne fighting, battling, trying to hold on to his throw. Give himself 2 opportunities to get his second win. For Warburton now, the grouping
100.
just starting to get better as well. The darts he was spraying into the 1s and around the 5s starting to go, and the grouping around the treble 20.
93.
Can you just sense that, even though it's not Warby's best, that he's just beginning to warm to the task a bit more?
Absolutely, you can tell in the grouping it's starting to be a little bit more compact.
81.
Have you got one of those Men in Black things for our viewers now, just so they can pretend that moment didn't happen?
60.
If that happened, then half the things that I ever said would be clicked with that pen.
Yeah, just think how many Modus would sell if they got those when you're on comms.
42.
Big last start there to get him down to a finish. First to a finish, Ben Payne.
I imagine you would have wanted one of them when you played Darius.
Well, I was going to say before that, incredible joke from Henry Deacon, that 2 trebles here would have been big. 2 trebles here would be a shot at a finish. Not going to go. Warburton,
96.
for the first time, an opportunity to break the throw of Ben Payne. Looks like it's going to be just the 1 dart tops. That could be awkward.
40.
Just on the top wire, a fine effort. But Ben, a chance to hold on to his throw and put himself a leg away.
36.
And you get the sense that that is a
require
big miss
40.
for Ben Payne.
All depends on what Mike Warburton does.
Game
Now
shot
it
the fifth
becomes a
leg.
big miss because
Mike
Warburton's broken the throat and he's a leg away. Commanding the hockey here, Mike
Sixth leg,
Warburton.
it's Mike to throw first.
You'll just be
Game.
hoping to pop in at least one big power treble here and get the doubt going in the mind of Ben Payne. Make Ben Payne feel like he's missed his chance, missed his opportunity.
100.
And he saves it to the last dart to inflict maximum pain.
60.
And although it's not been vintage from Warby, what he's doing here is he's using every single ounce of his experience
95.
just to try and draw something. And this is probably going to be, or possibly could be, the big difference in this game. But Ben Payne finds the match's first max.
And just his second of the week. So he is adding some real good stats to his tally in just this fixture. One tumblers checkout is first and
60.
second maximum. And all of a sudden, the control that Warburton looked like he had just relinquishing slightly. You can see him throwing his arms around at the back of the stage. Just a frustrated figure right now.
91.
Would it be fairer to assess Ben Payne more in Group C than Group A when you consider there's probably going to be more opposition where he'll fancy his chances against?
Yeah, absolutely. He might be playing Warburton for the next few days.
98. And you require 170. $30.
But that could
Might
be the
require
big hammer blow
148.
because Warburton will fancy now that he's got 6 darts at 148. One treble will leave him handy.
60. And you require 140.
So 140 for Ben Payne to take us all the way to a last leg decider. That is perfectly situated for another to follow. Couldn't quite use it.
100.
And so Mike Warburton
88.
here will come back for 88 to win 4-2. 214s for the match. And to put himself on to 6 points at the end of the day, Mike Warburton eventually gets his win. He beats Ben Payne by 4 legs to 2. It's been a trying and challenging day for Warby, who's played some good stuff, but his opponents have just found more. Oh, darts friends. Warby with a hug from Owen Binks there. And a 4-2 win there. Coming up after the break. Well, this ain't a bad way to finish a day here at the Super Series. This is a heavyweight fixture between two of the real big guns. It's Crabtree, it's Bolton, it's live and next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we head into the final match of the day, and it's a battle of the old enemy. Not England v Scotland, Crabtree and Bolton, because it's the third time in succession that these two have played in the same Super Series week. They played at Champions Week together in Series 6, they played in Week 12 together in Series 7, and now they play against one another in Series 8. It's been an encapsulating rivalry, one which has been dominated by Cam Crabtree. In matter of fact, he's won each of the last 5 meetings between the pair, all told. And he's stretching out and limbering up. I think he's learned something from Andy Bolton about that. Ahead of the final match of the day. It's a match which has a huge bearing in the Group B-C race. We knew that a big hitter was guaranteed to drop into Group C.
45.
And it looks like these are the two that could well be jousting it out for that final position in B. Winner moves on to 12 points. The loser has got a lot of ground to make up tomorrow. Where would your money be from the off, Matt?
I don't think we've got a more 50-50 game than this one in regards to what we've seen so far today. Andy Bolton, last game 101, he's been solid all day. Cam Crabtree, not really done too much wrong throughout the day, and I don't think this is going to be a game about who makes mistakes. I think this is going to be a game about who produces that moment of excellence.
And they both provided it in patches today, but they've also had moments where things have been a little bit frustrating. Crabtree winning 4-3 from behind against Mike Warburton, averaging 96 in the end.
And he recorded 167.
Bolton in his last game averaged 101 against Victor Tingstrom and won 4-2. And he's looking to start this game for 167. He's going to set up with Crabtree not on the scene.
35.
How many times this week have we said the phrase Bolton on a double after 12?
100, and he require 32.
Double 16 for the opening leg against Throw in 14 darts. And it just feels like as this day comes to the boil, we are beginning to see the best of Bolton.
$41. $60.
Bolton is really kicking on. That 101 average in his game against Victor is seemingly beginning to get backed up here. I know it's still in stages of the contest, but the signs are very promising from Bolton so far.
It's been a promising day. It's been an encouraging day. I suppose the main bit of encouragement
57.
for the rest of the group is that Plaisier has lost a game now. So he's still mathematically within touching distance. But I'm just getting quite mesmerised by the movements of Andy Bolton. He mentioned before that it's almost become a bit of a habit, hasn't it, now, things like shrugging the shoulders. But it's quite interesting just watching the movements of Andy in between
99.
shots.
Found out something about Andy yesterday, which I never knew before. Once upon a time, a very good volleyball player.
And he required 164.
Looking to serve up a 2-0 lead, but the 164 isn't going to go. And so Crabtree will return for the 138 to level this contest up, and you feel like he needs a moment like this. He may find a magic moment. Double 12. Shazam! Just like that. Crabtree's in business.
Crabtree.
He needed to find a spark, and that may have just lit the fire.
Game on.
Just as Bolton may have thought he was coming back for a 2-0 lead, he's broken back. That now means every player today is at a ton plus checkout.
$140. $58.
This could be quite
60.
a significant clash in regards to that Group B, Group C debate. Certainly will give the winner a bit of a head start going into tomorrow.
140.
We saw Cam get off to a slow start, didn't we, in his game against Mike Warburton a couple of matches ago and really grew into it. It feels like he's doing the same here.
137.
Bolton first to a finish against the throw, but you expect Crabtree to leave it handier. Leaves himself on a 2-darter, and suddenly Bolton's on the back foot.
But he could hit a big haymaker blow of his own.
139.
The bullseye clipped by a
And
wire.
it requires 67.
And it could be that meagre margin that determines this leg. Because Crabtree is back for double 8, for 2-1. But he has
59.
burnt the chance. And now Bolton
And he
should get a
requires
couple of that
25.
target.
Game shot in the third leg.
2-14
Andy
darters for the 2 legs that Andy Bolton has accrued. He leads 2-1. 3 legs played, 3 breaks a throw.
Full flag, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
But Crabtree knows that that was a big opportunity missed.
Be frustrating as well after you just take out a big moment and a big finish like the 138 and it'll feel like it's
60.
wasted when you in the very next leg give away the darts again.
And Andy Bolton's one of those.
135.
The word and the phrase old school sometimes gets a bad connotation. But Andy's one of those old school players that loves the heat of battle. A game like this,
134.
this is what he's made for. This is his DNA. This is his makeup. This is what he does the sport for these hard match play games.
58.
And the one thing you get when you talk to him is even at the age of 51, and even though he's achieved so much, there's still such a burning desire,
60.
and he loves a contest like this. He loves the battle still.
Never leaves you that. Once you've been in
58.
as many battles as Andy Bolton has, that will always be there, that desire to compete. And it'll always just come out in some way, whatever that may be. I guarantee when he can't play
60.
darts no more, he'll join the Dominoes League or something like that.
I want to play tonight, 2 for Tuesday.
It's pizza, isn't it?
50.
Don't box me into a corner. This a big passage in play.
90.
Bolton leaves himself on a 2-darter. Crabtree has to respond with a 2-triple visit, you feel.
100.
The ton
And
might
he
be
requires
okay.
88.
Can Bolton take the 88 out? Big dart at the bullseye. He missed it in the last leg. He gets it in this leg. And he opens up a
Andy
3-1
Bolton.
lead.
Yeah,
The
that was
flag,
good.
it's
That was
Cam to throw
special. And
first. Gable.
Crabtree trying to do his best to not acknowledge it, but he'll know. He'll know how big that moment was there for Andy Bolton.
100. 100.
Well, today, at the beginning of proceedings, Cam Crabtree would have looked at this as an opportunity to really attack the top of the Group A table. He may end the day
60.
in a Group C position, needing to do the hard yards on Wednesday to ensure that he doesn't have to play in the afternoon.
57. $135. $180.
Big max for Cam.
Just really drives home that advantage, the advantage of throw that he's got in having 2 out of 3 legs if we need to play all 3. For Andy Bolton,
47.
the second he hit that bullseye, would have been eyeing up that next leg as the one. This would be a bit of a freebie. If it goes, great. If it doesn't, he can rely on future opportunities.
60.
He's himself on 104. Finish that Bolton's actually taken out today. And Crabtree's going to get breathing
47.
space.
Can you require 104?
He's going to get time from this 104. He goes the 16s route. He gets a dart at tops.
64.
But he's going to return for 3 more.
$140. Can you require 40?
Now there's pressure on this. Double 10, and Bolton's breathing down his neck.
Game
But
shot
Crabtree
the
will stop him right at the very last. We go back to 3-2, but Bolton has the throw to see this match out.
6 player gets Andy to throw first. Game on. $190.
Beautiful switch in there from Andy Bolton. In that situation, a 2 treble visit forces your opponent to hit a max to try and get any sort of leverage on the darts.
Well, these two players are at completely different stages in terms of the Richter scale of experience, but on the oche, they're meeting in the middle beautifully.
$125.
And he plays a role of lecturer at times to younger players, whilst Crabtree is the apprentice that's looking to become the master.
96.
Not enough to get him down to a finish there, Andy Bolton.
He's another, you feel?
81.
Some beautiful switching though in this last leg from both players, finding the treble 19. First to a finished Crabtree, but lots of work to be done. Bolton will be sat on a significantly easier finish. A beautiful setup play there. Maximum visit for Andy Bolton to give him 3 darts at the match. Should Crabtree not take the 155, which he doesn't. So to end his day the right way.
And it requires
888, Andy Bolton.
For a 4-2 victory, a 13 dart leg, and Bolton brought his best out as it went to the line. But Cam Crabtree, well, today couldn't really have got much worse for him. He's now fighting to get into Group B, whilst Bolton has the ascendancy in that race. 2 good performances towards the line for Andy Bolton. 101.38 against Tingstrom, and 96 there. He gets the better of Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 2 in the final game of the session. Myself and Matthew Edgar are going to head to the studio, analyse the action. It looks like Wesley Plaisier is set for Saturday night here at the Live Lounge, and it's sure to be a dramatic Saturday evening for sure. And if you want to be here on a Saturday night, well, take a look at this. Drama follows us everywhere here at the Modus Super Series, and this Saturday may not be a bad week to be involved with, and every single Saturday is available by going to dartshop.tv. Well, myself and Matthew Egg have been watching every single dart of an enthralling Tuesday here at the Live Lounge. This is what we've seen, and it has been absolutely spectacular from first dart to last. Wesley Plaisier sent out a statement right from the very get-go, getting the better of Crabtree 4-1. He actually lost the game at the end of the day, despite averaging 105, but Victor Tingstrom, the player of the day, that is for sure. Going through almost the card. The only defeat was, of course, to Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2. But we'll begin our summary then by talking about Wesley, because he's top of the table. He's got a big gap going into day 3 of proceedings, and he just carried on from where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, and he's been beaten now. And that's something that was important for the group and important for the rest of the players, just to remind themselves that, yes, he's playing really well. Yes, he's coming into this in form. Yes, he's top of the table and most likely got the job done, but he's beatable. And that was very important win that Tingstrom got, not for Victor Tingstrom, but for the whole group. And maybe the players sat at home watching this week as well, because there was points where Wesley Plaisier was going into games and you just believed that he was going to be winning 4-0, 4-1, game after game. It took a monstrous performance. Wesley Plaisier didn't play bad in that game. He averaged 105 himself, but he's just shown that he is only human.
Well, we saw that game against Mike Warburton there. He took out the 1-4-4 finish. And then later on we see that game against Victor. But the one thing with Wesley today, it felt like his timing was key at points. But with the exception of that last game, when it looked like he was in a bit of trouble, he found a way out of it by doing something brilliant.
I wouldn't just say today. That's been what he's been like. I watched a lot of the runs that he had on the Pro Tour for various interests, and I was watching on Darts Connect and then watching the streaming games when he's on the stream, and he was doing it then. He was doing it yesterday. This might be the evolution of Wesley Plaisier. It's certainly the form line that he's got, and that functionality of finishing. We said it yesterday when Wesley was up here. We've talked about it all day on commentary because it is so impressive. Those combination shots, whatever he's doing within his routines and his practices, it's coming through onto the game.
If it's fair to say Wesley's been the player of the group, would it also be fair to say that Victor Tingstrom was the player of the day today?
Yeah, I mean, that award, wow. I mean, that's going to be debated. We could go any direction with that. But for Tingstrom, the improvement from what we saw yesterday, he was decent yesterday without ever being spectacular. And today, I'd say he was more towards sort of top-end elite sort of levels that we get here at the Super Series, and it was a big step up. And if we're going to compare the 2 days, night and day.
Well, let's talk about the players in mid-table. Andy Bolton, Crabtree. We'll begin with Andy Bolton, because that win there could just be so huge in that Group B race.
It'd be normally sat here and you were talking about those two players being mid-table of a Group A, you'd say, what an underperforming week, or how are we talking about these two players in the mid-table of a group? But that just shows the strength and the quality of the group, because if we wasn't saying that about Bolton and Crabtree, we'd be saying it about somebody else, and we'd be having the same conversation, we'd just be using different names. And I think both of them will probably be disappointed to be in the situation they're in, but I do expect to see both of them come Saturday.
Will Andy feel as if the two performances he put in right at the very end of the day, that's more like him, and actually that's given him a real template to build upon tomorrow?
I don't think he's going to feel he's played bad. I don't think anyone should. I think everyone's played their part, and all it's come down to is a little bit of timing, which is why Wesley's ran away with it at the top, because his timing's been absolutely on point. Everyone's just had a few missed opportunities, and normally you'd expect to get a few more than they are getting. I don't think anyone should be disappointed with how it's gone so far.
What would be your assessment of Crabtree's day? Because it felt like after that defeat to Wesley Plaisier, he never really bounced back.
I'd say a little bit strange. We've seen a couple of darts land at funny angles. Yesterday we saw some wild misses. We saw him use some sort of grip wax today, maybe just struggling a little bit with the grip on the dart. Sometimes if you use the same set for a long period of time, you can start to lose the grip, and maybe something he's going to be looking at, because he's got that powder clearly in the bag, so maybe something that he's aware of is becoming a little bit of an issue, just start going loose.
If you're in his situation then, as a player, it's not going to plan, but you've got another group to go on Thursday and Friday. Of course, he wants to get into the Group B if preferable. But would you be looking at it from a perspective of, okay, I'm already looking at reset mentality on Thursday?
From my assessment of what I see, And from what we're looking at here, the dart going loose, the dart going in at different angles, my concern would be is the grip pattern wearing very thin on the dart, so there's more purchase of the finger on the dart as such, rather than the grip pattern doing what it should be doing. So I would be looking at that and going, well, maybe it's time to crack out a new set. Now, people won't do that because a lot of the time you get like a coating on the darts and they have a different feel. We've got a day tomorrow where he's not really going to be winning this group. So if he is looking ahead to Thursday, Friday, maybe get the new set out and just wear them in tomorrow.
Well, let's have a look at the table then going into the final day's play. And Wesley Plaisier, as you can see there, has a 6-point lead over Victor Tingstrom and Andy Bolton, respectively. And Mike Warburton there is in 5th spot. But you look at some of the performances he put in today, he probably won his only game with the worst performance of the day.
Oh, it was. It was a very ropey performance, and he was very, very vulnerable in there. Ben Payne not able to cash in and take that opportunity. And he did yesterday against Tingstrom, and I thought maybe in the same situation Ben Payne would just step it up a little bit and get over the line. It looked like he was going to at one point against Warburton, but Warburton dug deep and showed some real fighting character to get through that one.
Is it fair to say that we're going to be spending tomorrow wondering when Wesley's going to win the group?
I think when you look ahead to the group, I don't want to discredit anybody or write them off completely, but Ben Payne's only won 1 game so far this week, so Wesley will be looking at that thinking, I'm going to get 2 points there. And 2 wins is enough for him. And if we say there's 1 there in Ben Payne, he only needs 1 other win somewhere else, and that should be job done. And I think it is. It's a matter of when, not if.
I'll tell you what, in terms of days, just speaking generally before we finish, I can't remember many days like the last couple that we've had here. And that game between Tingstrom and Plaisier is probably up there with one of the very best we've seen on that stage.
Oh, it's certainly been one of the most enjoyable weeks so far. We've had 2 fantastic days, all the players delivering, the twos, the throws, the action. It's all been played in great spirits. This has been a real advert for the Super Series, and I tell you what, if anyone's clicking onto the Super Series for the first time this week, I guarantee they're going to be subscribing.
Well, Matt, many thanks for your company. Appreciate it as ever. Always great fun to be with you. What a great fun day we've had on this terrific Tuesday here at the Live Lounge. There were some big hitters that are now fighting for a position in Group B, but it is Wesley Plaisier who is sailing to the top of the table. He's nigh on perfect so far. We'll see you tomorrow morning.